which even today blows people's minds because in 2003, Sun was still very much rah Solaris. I mean, okay, it's 2025 and they're still very rah Solaris. I don't blame them. Sun was a very interesting place to work at in the late 90s and the early 2000s. But Sun had various things happen such that I was let go, so I started working on ext4 at IBM during the aughts. Later, I moved on to Oracle and started working on SGI XFS, or at least the version of it that's ported to Linux. So one of the weird things I've noticed about XFS is that there are several different evil goatee versions of it that are floating around. One of them I think is sold by HP. I don't know in what. Maybe it's actually their Linux product, but so just be warned. Sometimes you encounter an XFS and it's not the one you think it is. But as a senior developer on XFS, I landed the reflink feature and more recently online FISC and atomic file content commits. These are very large and fairly new things to the kernel community, which I will touch on later. I was the maintainer of XFS for between 2016 and 2017, which is the genesis of this talk. I was actually a maintainer of a completely different subsystem too during that time, but that's not really all that relevant to this talk. And now I'm an emeritus maintainer, which basically just means I'm not really a maintainer anymore. So the first thing I learned about as a maintainer is that one really has to think about the kernel community in terms of culture and then tools, because everybody asks, you guys are crazy. You take all the code changes you want, you break them up into dozens and dozens and dozens of individual commits, then you email every single one to mailing lists. The net result of this is that Gmail thinks that we're all a bunch of spammers. And I'm told that so does Outlook, except that there are enough corporations who work on Linux and pay for Outlook that they've kind of tamped down the insanity, which probably just means they've put vjr.kernel.org into their allow list. Maybe. But people say, why do you guys keep doing this? The entire rest of the world has moved on to things like GitHub and sending pull requests, reviewing things, all the changes inside the pull requests. I mean, my own spouse expressed extreme disbelief when I told her, like, we have pull requests and we have this wonderful Git tool. And she says, well, yeah, but you guys aren't really ready to move on to it. And I said, well, Linus Torvalds first wrote Linux, then he wrote Git. And she couldn't believe that Linus hadn't actually succeeded in convincing all of us to send pull requests. But that goes back to culture. Our culture was born in the early 1990s on email. People have decided that we just have an email culture, and so getting everybody off of that is not actually a matter of changing the tooling and bragging about how great it is, because honestly, having sent 1,000 patches to the mailing lists every 6 weeks for 2 years, sending email really sucks. But but the fact that it's a cultural problem and not a tools problem, to my mind, means that the only way we can actually make any kind of transition is very gradually. Where first, Linus did get the maintainers to send pull requests mostly. Individual subsystems is in progress still. I guess I should describe subsystems actually. So Linux, the kernel is a very decentralized project. Linus delegates authority and power to various different little subsystems. They kind of become their own weird fiefdoms that generally have kind of the same rules, wherein really it's just we have email culture. But maintainers are given a fair amount of leeway to do things or not. This is great in that means that at least in theory, each subsystem actually can develop its own culture and its own cultural norms and practices. But it's hard to break the ones that were set by the benevolent dictator, right? So We are still stuck on email. And I found as a maintainer, it was a lot of work to convince people that it was safe to send pull requests to me. And you'd think this wouldn't be as all that difficult, but there's a very deeply entrenched mentality of, oh, no, I keep my Git tree on my laptop and I don't really share that. I just pretty things up in the emails and send the emails. So the furthest I ever got with XFS is I actually got people to send me pull requests, and this is still actually a norm for people who are trying to send more than half a dozen patches. But the reviews of them are kind of weird, and they're understandable if you look at them mostly through the cultural lens of, oh, we still do email, because what people will do is they'll post a branch to git.kernel.org or GitHub or GitLab or somewhere. People will go look at the web interface. They will hit Control and select the entire range of commits that they are expected to review to do that weird table selector thing in Firefox. They'll hit Control-C to copy that. They'll paste that into an email, and then they'll go line by line as if they were responding to a bullet list and say, okay, well, I looked at this patch, and this part is kind of hinky, and here you forgot to check the error returns. Was that intentional? So that's kind of analogous to how GitHub pull requests work, but only in a very weird frame. The last one, I never made any progress with the last one, which is, why don't we do postmortems? Stuff happens. We really need to analyze what went right and what went wrong, and what can we learn about things that happen, data corruption, bugs, and things like that. But that takes us to the next slide. Well, actually, a couple slides from now. I also learned about burnout. It turns out that, as I mentioned, every subsystem is its own weird fiefdom, right? So that effectively means that maintainers become philosopher kings. You're not just a Git monkey, you also get to do all this stuff. You get to be the reviewer, you get to be the release manager who actually sends stuff to Linus and takes heat whenever things actually break his laptop, or apparently laptops. You get to, if there are meetings, you get to facilitate the meetings, you get to be the Git tree attendant, you get to be the QA lead. When bugs happen, you also have to do triage and then be in charge of backporting things to stable. You're also supposed to be a senior developer and a really bad diplomat. Turns out I was good at being a bad diplomat, so it's probably good that I don't work for the UN. But there's a lot of roles, and this is just too many things for one person to do, right? Because this is 8 different jobs. As part of trying to solve my burnout problems, I wrote down a list of, here are all the roles that I think, and this is the list I came up with, and realized, well, between all the people we have, and at that point we had about 10-ish regular contributors, I realized, we're about 40% staffing. We don't actually have a QA lead. We don't really have anyone who does initial bug report triage on the mailing lists. Nobody was doing stable LTS backports because the answer to that was use the AI. And we just plain didn't have meetings. It's really funny. You think from back to Dilbert, and you think, oh, cool, no meetings at all. This is awesome. But that also means that we never talk about things. So the last thing on the burnout slide is, it took me a while. It took me a good 2 years to realize that as the community leader, what was actually important was the sum of the productivity of the entire team. Whatever I did didn't really matter so much as making sure that everybody else could keep going. And that means getting blockages out of the way, dealing with, parlaying with everybody's managers to make sure that they are actually being given the amount of time and budget and staffing or whatever they need to actually work on XFS instead of whatever the fire du jour is at the company. And they tend to be XFS things, but they tend to be very ticket based. You know, here's a bug report, go investigate this, do a bunch of stuff, commit it into your distro product or whatever, move on to the next ticket. So every 3 months or so, I'd reach out to the managers and say, okay, so you guys have a little bit of time budgeted for longer term things, right? Like let's think about, where do we actually want our code base to be in 6 to 18 months? What kind of weird projects are people asking for? Do your customers have interesting things that they're interested in? I mean, okay, that, to be fair, that one's also ticket based, but generally try to give your employees a chance to take in a deep breath and think about what they're actually doing. On that note, I also learned how to generate alignment amongst managers, because that was actually a skill that I'd never done before, and the kernel community doesn't provide any training for any of these things. They just sort of assume, well, if you're really good at writing C code, so naturally that should translate into leadership ability. And I say, that's like saying that you're a good C programmer, so therefore you should be pretty good at Bash, right? Hint, nobody's good at Bash. So a big structural problem with our community is that most of the people work for corporations, and there will be 2 or 3 different companies, and they'll be generously providing funding for doing things, but they're not necessarily aligned on where their goals are. Some companies really just want to take stable XFS and ship it in their distro or their product or whatever, and they're willing to contribute people and staff time to make sure that there aren't bugs, but they're not really that interested in new features. They just want the thing to keep rolling along. There are other people like my employers who produce a large, well-known database product who say, hey, we have all these reliability features baked into our database product, but we feel like a weak point is the lack of redundancy and self-healing on all the stuff underneath it. Could you do something about that? But and a difficult problem I had is that between the companies that just wanted the product to keep rolling and our org who wanted to improve the resiliency of the product, it was difficult to get them to prioritize the little bit of code review and things that we kind of needed to actually land the patches, because XFS doesn't run like a lot of subsystems where there's kind of just the guy who commits a whole bunch of patches, sends it to Linus, and YOLO. We have a whole lot of QA. We have a whole lot of we do require reviews on every single commit that goes into the kernel, which is good in terms of building community knowledge of what does all this stuff do, but not so good in terms of getting things done on time or in any time. And to be fair, the nature of file systems is a lot harder than drivers in the kernel, because if your driver crashes, you push reset and the machine reboots and everything's fine. With a file system, we write out permanent artifacts into physical objects in the real world, which means there's no reset, there's no undo. There is only, oh, well, we screwed up, so we need to fix it. Or, do something else to the physical artifacts later to bring them back into whatever we think is the correct alignment. Another problem I encountered is waterfall with agile vocabulary. I think a lot of you who are programmers probably know what I'm talking about, right? Well, enough said. The worst part about waterfall with agile vocabulary in the kernel is that we also, at least with regular waterfall, you get like 70,000 pages of documentation of what you supposedly did. We don't even do that. I don't get it. And I think that one's just deep-rooted mentality of people who have worked at other places and gotten used to development processes. I mean, I definitely, when I moved from Sun to IBM, had to wipe a lot of that out of my brain of like, okay, well, there is no gatekeeper, there is no release manager, and there is no insert giant cloud of Sun tools here. Later on, I discovered I actually missed the Sun tools a lot. And the final problem is that with a volunteer project, everybody comes at the project with different theoretical backgrounds. Some of them, well, most of them have been through at least the standard CS education. Some of them actually come from database backgrounds and they know what B-tree indexes are, and they actually know how to build those things and how to design data sets and so on and so forth. But a lot of them kind of just went through CS education in the 80s and the 90s like me. Didn't have a particular specialty and just sort of found themselves contributing patches to a subsystem, and after over 20 years they've just become the expert in that because they know how the code works, but they don't necessarily know why the code works. This actually created a huge problem for me trying to land online repair in XFS, because I was trying to get people to review the code, but I quickly realized that they didn't actually know how to build a B-tree, and discovered, oh yeah, nobody knows how to build a B-tree except the crazy database people. Sorry. I'm also one of the crazy database people. So that turned out to be pushing the envelope a lot. And the solution to that was to try to organize seminars in which I would teach people about, okay, so here's a bunch of academic papers from 1991 describing how you build B-tree indexes on online databases, because like the actual theory is not new. Like this stuff has been known to humanity for 35 years. It's just that no one has really implemented these things. Like the last one I can remember is like, Windows 95 actually had it, but not many operating systems have actually implemented that since then. So, oh, also, if any of you have questions, please feel free to interrupt and ask. Because the next slide is that. Jerk hero programmers. This was the most difficult slide to write because I was still I was still writing this one at 1 o'clock in the morning, because the kernel is well known to have a jerk hero programmer problem, and it's actually getting worse. And we seem to be stuck in a negative feedback loop of there's a project and there's some number of people. The lead developer is kind of a jerk, which drives people away, which means the team shrinks, and eventually it becomes a subsystem of one jerk programmer who then branches out and spreads their love to everybody else. I mean, I kind of get why this behavior spreads unchecked, because I didn't really sign up to be the behavior police, and no one really thinks they did. But the trouble is that once you become a leader, your words and your actions matter, and the weird, awkward silences that happen matter even more. So that effectively means you are the behavior police. You do actually have to call people on their kind of nebulous behavior, or in the extreme cases, you have to actually kick them out and tell them why you're kicking them out. No. I don't know how deep I should go into this, but this whole kicking jerk programmers thing, that's a problem, and that's a problem of yesterday. There is a certain person who has caused a lot of dissension in the community and has repeatedly ignored every community norm you could think of, including the one set by the benevolent dictator for life. Are they getting kicked out? No one knows. It hasn't happened yet, but everyone is tired of dealing with this individual, and we kind of need this to come from the upper levels, and it's not. This is depressing. And I myself don't really have the power to do anything about this, because normally when people act up in a community or within a subsystem, it's usually limited to that subsystem. For a while, it's limited to a subsystem, so you can actually fix the problem early if enough of the people who have been around in that project forever, or at least for a while, get together and say, okay, we just need to distance this person, and it's fine. But it's very strange to have people somebody say, well, you should. I'm going to try to merge this large new feature outside of the merge window during the supposed bug fix and stabilization phase, and you're micromanaging me if you don't let me break this rule that's been in place for 30 years and works out quite well for the rest of the kernel. Oh. So, regrettably, I don't have a resolution to that. I've only learned that leadership vacuums suck, and we have one, and we'll see what happens. Oh. Moving on. So, I was reading some weird managerial thing on an airplane, which but it had a very strange analogy that actually stuck in my head, which is that as a leader, your goal is to optimize the integral sum of participation over time. They were actually the article is specifically addressing the 10x programmer Silicon Valley problem, in which they said, well, you can look at the amount of progress in a project over a period of time, and you ideally would have this nice, steady, moving curve. But if what you don't want is don't want a 10x programmer who does a bunch of stuff, scares everyone away, and then every work in the project immediately crashes because everybody left and the 10x programmer went somewhere else. You need to actually limit the 10x programmer's ability to poison the well and discourage everybody else from participating, so that you actually have a steady flow over time. And I thought, it's a weird analogy to use math, but that's exactly what I want, which is, yes, restricting one person's ability to do things that ultimately are toxic for the community might result in fewer code contributions now, but you have to be in this if you're in this for the long term, that means you have to keep an eye on, are we actually set up to keep running over a long period of time? You can't just think about, oh, well, what about this 6-week merge window? And finally, don't forget the right to free disassociation. At least in the United States, we have for now a Bill of Rights that says that everybody has the right to free association, and by extension, I think that means that we have the right to free disassociation.
Yep.
Luis, question.
Yeah, what do you think about our adoption of the code of conduct and actual actions that have been taken to try to rectify some of these problems?
The code of conduct, you said? Oh, sorry. For the recording, the question was, what do I think about the code of conduct and its impact? And as a backgrounder, a long time ago, the kernel had a code of conflict, which explicitly said, coding C code is hard, everyone's going to get in fights, and everyone please just do that. That wasn't great. Eventually, it got replaced with an actual code of conduct, which is better in that at least it defines what bad behavior is. I have actually watched, I've watched some of the Code of Conduct Committee's actions take effect. It's not, I don't entirely like the way they operate, because you file a complaint with the committee, they go and investigate, and they render some kind of judgment and maybe take action depending on what they find. But the results of this are not particularly transparent. And they're also the Code of Conduct Committee which is I think is within the Linux Foundation, dramatically limits the scope of what they can really do, because at the most they can bar you from LF events and maybe kick you off the mail systems. I mean, and even then that's kind of watery, because the person who needs to go got kicked off for 6 whole weeks. And I don't know how many of you are fans of Star Trek, or particularly the Trouble with Tribbles episode. But there's a particular scene where the Enterprise crew are drinking in a bar, and the Klingons come in and try to rattle them into starting a fight. And there's the hot-headed security guy who the Scotty, the senior engineer, says, look, leave it alone, don't start a fight, and the Klingons escalate. They keep going until finally the Klingon says the magic words of, the Enterprise shouldn't be hauling garbage, it should be hauled away as garbage, and then Scotty stands up and punches the Klingon. Later, Kirk is trying to figure out how this fight started, and eventually Scotty admits that he was the one who threw the first punch, and Kirk says, okay, you're confined to quarters, and Scotty says, great, I can go work on technical things in my spare time, because now I have spare time, and gleefully walks out of the room. That's kind of what happened with that. All right, enough bagging. How do you fix this? Well, remember what I said before about being a meeting facilitator? The single most effective thing I found was actually conversing with peers in the senior staff, like other maintainers, as I mentioned, managers at other companies, things like that. This was a massive shift away from trying to write code, and literally tripled the number of meetings I had per week. This, Neil, is why I have so many meetings every single week.
Yeah.
And somebody needs to ask things like ask heavy questions like, how do we make wrangling the code easier? And can we be gentler on each other? If nobody asks, then no one does anything about this. Nobody realizes, actually a big problem we're having with our junior staff is that they don't really know how to run QA on the file system code. They ask us, well, what did you guys do? And it's like, well, I forked Debian.
YOLO.
Don't do that. Please don't fork Debian. That's insane. Eventually in my rounds, I got around to Louis Chamberlain, who's sitting in the back of the room, and he said, well, what if we just made an automated KDevOps thing so that people can just say, here's my Git trees. I just want to throw that at a system, and it will go provision whatever weird testing systems we need off of a cloud somewhere and do that. And at the time, our newest engineer said, wow, I got everything up and running in about 3 weeks, and that was with all the hey, this doesn't actually support $cloud product. So I had to send a whole bunch of patches to KDevOps to actually get support added for that. And it's like, wow, 3 weeks, that's pretty good. It took me 3 years to get my weird fork to actually work the way I wanted. That's a massive win for everybody. And now there are other people inside my employer who also use KDevOps, and they're like, wow, this is so much better than everything they've used before, because they don't have to stand up their own thing and just struggle with how do I facilitate a bunch of VMs? Because nobody really, you're supposedly working on file system stuff, not how do we transform things with libvirt? And it's like, well, there are tools that the free software community makes to handle all that stuff. We really shouldn't be reinventing all that stuff just to drive kernel development. But nobody. I was surprised no one had actually made that point of what can somebody just go make a simple tool and distribute this to people. And also, can we be gentler on each other? This is an ongoing thing. There are traditionalists who say, well, the whole reason why the kernel works is that people aren't afraid to say this code sucks and needs to be designed better. And I get it. Like, sometimes code does suck and it does need to be written better, but we also need to lose the personal insults and all the other stuff, because that is just high school all over again, and not the good parts of high school.
There was a good part?
Yeah, graduating.
Oh, okay, there you go.
And a thing that I've been trying to push subtly on other kernel developers is fear reduction. Like, let's actually talk about why is it that so many conversations immediately go to defensive mode. And like, I'm not perfect at this. I actually kind of suck at it because I tend to go straight to defensive mode too. And like, some of that's baked into the patch review culture of like, you throw out your thing, and then like Professor Ribeiro's talk mentioned yesterday, the first person says, oh, this is awesome, great, let's merge this. The second person says, this is complete and total garbage, and blah, 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 blah. You guys are... And it's hard to get people to talk about what are they actually afraid of. Like, first of all, it requires people to acknowledge that they are afraid of something. And it's like, well, I'm afraid of a lot of things. I'm afraid of random data corruption problems. I'm afraid of our community getting overwhelmed with AI bug report slop. I'm afraid of what's, $ macro political events. But people just don't want to admit that they're afraid that this whole gigantic pile of C code is really scary. There's like 70,000 lines, 70 million lines of it. That's a lot of C code in the kernel. And like, I haven't actually run CLOC in a while, so I don't know how much it is, but I believe it's in the tens of millions at this point. So, one of the funny outcomes of the KDevOps CI work was people who were new to XFS said, I'm afraid to send patches to you guys because I don't know if they're going to be any good. The KDevOps thing actually really helps because I can go kind of privately check out, does it actually work? Can I at least do an A/B test of FS tests, the QA suite, before and after to find out were my suppositions true or not? And I realized, actually, the instant CI is actually a really good way to get people over the hump of, oh my God, this giant wall of new code is so massive I can't possibly ever understand. It's like, no. Here's an easy thing, and you can experiment with things. And like, what you want to do is, what you ought to do is, if you have a question, don't sit around thinking, oh well, I don't know. Like, figure out like what try to figure out if my supposition is true, what happens if I break the assumptions based on that. Deliberately write a bad code patch that breaks those assumptions and see what happens. This is also good for finding weird bugs in both the test suite and the kernel and the user space utilities, as you might imagine. And the other thing that also helped is I started having virtual office hours once a week so that where people could just show up and talk about whatever was bothering them that week. What kind of bugs are you having? Or, such and such is working on a feature and they don't quite know the weird history of why is there all this strange looking spaghetti code that looks like it was written in 1994. Well, it's because it was strange spaghetti code that was written in 1994. And this has been huge in establishing rapport between at least the people who show up to the office hours meetings. It's really nice to be able to exchange information between people or speculate about things, or even just have the little occurrence of like, person A thinks, oh well, I'm working on blah and I've hit this thing, and person C from another company just pipes up and says, oh yeah, well, I have some information to share about that, and they actually interlock and talk about these things, which, there aren't a lot of good venues for doing this in the Linux kernel community. Like once a year we have a big file systems and storage workshop, but that's once a year, and like it's too long to wait for LSF to come around and wherever it comes around, because it may or may not be in a place that you can get to, especially these days. And finally, the final fixing things point I would like to make is handing out leadership roles so that there are more senior staff. Because remember how I mentioned how there are subsystems in the kernel where they've kind of just shrunk down to one single person in charge of everything? That's not good. Nobody's getting younger as far as I know, which means eventually we need to have people to replace ourselves. And the only way they're going to get there is if we hand out leadership roles to the newer folks and trust them to do stuff. The first part was the thing I mentioned before of breaking up what maintainers do into smaller pieces, because you don't really want to hand people like oh, I'm burned out. You're the maintainer now. Here are 8 jobs that you can do and have to do because bye. So since 2023, we've been rotating the maintainer roles around XFS. There's one, well, the first thing is it's not real, well, the kernel community still calls it maintainers. I keep trying to reinforce the notion that this person's actually a release manager. Their job is to collect patches in a Git tree, do some nominal QA on them, which we'll talk about that in a second, and then push the whole thing off to Linus Torvalds when the merge window opens. Now, this seems doable to a much larger range of people. It's like, oh, all I have to do is collect some patches and put them in a Git tree. Well, I know how to do that. Oh, I will do some nominal QA to make sure that the integration of all that didn't break anything. Okay, well, I know how to do that because there's the CI system where I can just tell it to plug and chug. Sending email to Linus, well, that part's still a little bit scary, but it is in the end an email, and there are rules and guidelines for dealing with Linus, which is mostly that he doesn't like surprises. And sometimes he's even willing to kind of let some maybe slightly smelly code slide if you tell him why you're trying to push slightly smelly code. Like, okay, so this is kind of goofy. We're actually in the middle of a big cleanup, so next cycle it will become not a mess anymore. But in the meantime, we need to get this part done, and it was just such a huge refactoring project that it's just going to take 2 cycles. And sorry for the mess, and so on and so forth. And usually he's accommodating for things like that because, in the end, Linus has said that he wants accountability in the form of people he can email if something goes wrong, and to him, that's mostly what reviewed by means. It's Are you willing to get emailed if something funny happens or people have questions? And that's it. It doesn't have to be a big thing. It doesn't have to be a big thing of like, oh, well, I know this code perfectly. And nobody knows the code perfectly. It's C code. So smaller roles that people can take up individually. This also is key because now everybody who participates in this program builds a sense of ownership. I own this particular part of the system. They don't have to fear that they're going to get stuck in that part of the system forever because every calendar year we rotate all the roles right after Labor Day. As the emeritus maintainer, this is unfortunate because that means that I'm a month away from having to facilitate all that again and find out, okay, who's going to be the maintainer next year? And it takes about 11 and a half months for the rest of the community to work out, okay, who was the XFS maintainer? And we're like, oh, we're changing it in 2 weeks. But people who do this also gain the experience they need to level up and become themselves maintainers. So we start people off on, well, can you handle the automated backports for the stable LTS kernels that come out every year? And from there, we say, well, now you have experience managing a Git tree, running QA stuff, dealing with bug reports, because the stable kernels usually there aren't really that many questions, unlike the main upstream kernel, so it's not as big a scope. And finally, this means that you can apply to be the upstream maintainer because you've done all these things before, and you're probably not even all that far into your you don't have to be necessarily all that far into your career. You can do this with only a year or two worth of experience because you've done all the stuff you have done all the stuff that the rest of us have, and you're not going to be stuck in it forever. So eventually it will come. I'm sure a maintainer will come back to me, but it's only a year term. It's not as scary as 6 years. But this does mean that all of the senior people have to be able to trust that what our peers do, even the less experienced ones, because there's really no good way out of this. Like ultimately, groups of people have to form trust bonds between each other in order to get things done, right? Like we can't just live in the mutual distrust environment. Every time I see papers about, oh well, we can have smart contracts so no one has to trust each other, I think, why? I don't really want to live in that kind of world. Anyway, last slide. For emeritus maintainers, this is a fun one. You drop your hard power and see how much soft power you retain. This is an implicit benchmark of how good were you actually as a community leader. Are people still willing to listen to you afterwards? In my case, it's probably about 70% true. And we all need to collectively nurture the community over the long term by just being around, talking to people, taking questions, and helping train everybody else for leadership roles. So that concludes my presentation, and we have a few minutes for QA.
Let's thank our speakers. Right. And we are up against a break. There's 2 minutes left in this session and a 15-minute break. So please feel free to step out if you're ready to do that, or hang with us and ask your questions.
Question?
Yes, I don't know if this is like intrinsic to the structure of the community, but like having worked at companies, I look at your whole list and I'm like, this just means there's nobody who thinks their job is being a manager. Like the manager's
Yes.
job is to solve all these problems and to be thinking about these problems. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know if that's just kind of built into how it works, but do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, there's no overall manager, and there's definitely no HR, and the no HR thing is a huge problem because, if somebody, well, people.
I don't think, I mean, from having, like, my experience, HR's job is, like, very much not this stuff. Like, HR, I mean, this is, like, HR is who you escalate to, and then maybe they're actually watching out for the company,
Yeah.
not for their employees.
Yeah.
But managers should be trying to make sure all these kinds of things work smoothly.
Yeah,
HR would be watching out for the project.
yeah. HR would watch out for the long-term health of the project to make sure people don't just start leaving or filing lawsuits or whatever.
Right, yeah, they're more on the legal side.
I mean, I don't know if you could actually sue the Linux kernel community. You could. You can try, but yeah, there's generally no overarching manager person, and that is, at least in Linux, and that's also encoded in the culture of, oh well, we're engineers, we hate managers. This is not really good because you can watch projects just go way off course for years at a time because there's no one to try to steer everybody back towards, hey, we need to like get this done, or decide we're not doing it. But we can't just let things stall. Neil.
So you talked a lot about, I think what kind of the crux of your point is that the role of the maintainer needs to be disaggregated into separate roles. Have you considered like bringing this up in a way of like encoding in the Linux kernel maintainers file, of actually creating these such roles and encoding them in there so that it is not mandatory that the maintainer person is the one that does all of these different things, because you can then say, hey, this is the release person, the reviewer, the whatever, that sort of thing.
Oh, we did do that.
Oh.
There is a maintainer's entry file for XFS that lays out all of these different 8 or 9 roles and invites people to take them on. Like there's some I still haven't given away. Like I'm still the QA person, so every day at 4:30 I go and kick all that off. To be fair, doing the QA or QE is really expensive.
Yeah.
You got a question?
Dark, that was great. I have a question that sort of follows up on your question, sorry, but from a different side, which is, yes, I think that in a lot of corporate environments, people try to solve the problems you're describing with hierarchy, with managers, with that kind of solution. And it sounds like part of what you're saying is that your solution basically emphasized relationship building and conversation.
Yes.
And the other tool that I've observed communities or organizations that resist hierarchy to have are things like kind of, emergent norms that crystallize into more kind of shared governance arrangements. So something like codes of conduct. But you expressed a lot of frustration with the way that the code of conduct has been instantiated. So I'm curious, at the level of like, it sounds like the relationship stuff, the conversation stuff is very labor intensive and costly at the same time. Are there other strategies that you've explored or that you would consider for, creating some kind of system out of that?
Well, to be honest, I haven't really explored that much.
Yeah.
Because like at the end of the day, I still had to get all the other code patches and stuff. So yeah, so that's a problem. Like a lot of the reasons why we don't seem to be successful in having these conversations about how to restructure our community to fix problems is because nobody gets budgeted the time.
Yeah.
And like the hard part is like you don't, in a weird kind of twisted mirror universe way, you kind of don't really want to have a community manager because they tend to be the first to get laid off. So my only solution to that is, well, if we could just embed bits and pieces of community management ethos into every person, they can't get rid of all of us, right? Because then it's just AI. Then it's just AI writing the code. And I think there was a third question over there.
You seem to have talked about this like a lot. Like, do you know of like similar projects that have similar issues, cultural issues that have gone on to actually like fix them?
Well, the graphics drivers subsystem has done a lot of work to try to fix their problems because they also have a huge subsystem that is very hard to QA. In their case, it's because graphic cards are insane. And they have actually rolled out rotating maintainerships and things like handing out responsibilities to people so that it's not just one maintainer. It's a whole bunch of them who can get together and talk about what's going on and how people are feeling, and actually kicking people out if they become, extremely toxic.
They're very good about that one.
Yeah. So like there are parts of the kernel where things are where they actually do enforce some behavioral norms. It's just that it hasn't really spread to the rest of the kernel yet. And it's hard because setting up the structures you need to be able to separate somebody, like that, if you actually have to do that, that's hard because you have to be so careful about doing that kind of thing. And watching how keeping abreast of how what everybody actually thinks of the separation, actually spelling out, okay, well, you here were the norms, you've broken them repeatedly, and you don't seem interested in following them, so therefore we can't have this, and you need to move on to something else, is not really something that's codified in the kernel anywhere. It's except for maybe DRM.
I don't think it's really codified in most projects. It's
Yeah.
It's not an outcome that people want to consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like people don't really want to think about, okay, what kind of strong and rigid infrastructure should we make so that we can ban people? It's like, no, that's not. That does seem a little antithetical to the original spirit of free software. Of like, well, anybody can come and anyone from like diverse backgrounds or abilities are welcome to participate. And yes, that's still true. But going back to the weird bad math analogy, like, well, we're really playing for the integral sum of participation, not any particular individuals, right? Because eventually people move on, and your project still needs to be running after people transition to go do other things.
Let's thank our speaker. All right, come on back in 10 minutes. We'll have Dr. Don Foster talking about all kinds of great sustainability maneuvers and maybe how to
Now I got the green light. Haha. All right. I've got the right presentation. I've got the green light. We are all set. So I would say that these slides are already uploaded to Fast Wonder Blog if you want to click on them and download them. They may or may not be. I may have uploaded last year's slides because those are the ones I was just displaying. So somebody can go to the blog and tell me whether I uploaded the right slides or not. If they're not the right ones, I promise to upload them shortly. And they're on the speaking page. So the premise of this talk is that power imbalances are everywhere, including our open source projects. So this talk is going to talk about how rug pulls and forks and relicensing shift the power dynamics between cloud providers, open source companies, contributors, and users, along with how we can make better decisions about which open source projects we decide to embrace. And there are loads of links on the slides, which is why I have and/or will upload the correct version of them shortly. It is correct on the website. Whew. Okay. It's on fastwonderblog.com, and if you click on the speaking page, there is a link to these slides. I did want to just very quickly thank the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. So they provide funding for the Chaos Data Science Initiative, which is what I work on, along with the Linux Foundation and Ford Foundation, because they also provide loads of lovely support for the Chaos project. And I wanted to thank Matt Germonprey, who's been working with me on some of this research that's part of this presentation. He's also my co-author for a paper that we're working on related to this topic. So, you know, look for that in 3 to 5 years, I guess is the way academic publishing works. So I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about me. You can read my bio on the website. I have been in the technology industry for about 30 years, working mostly on open source. I'm a board member of Open UK. I'm deeply involved in the Chaos project, where I spend a lot of time thinking about how people can use metrics to understand how to measure and make improvements to open source project health and sustainability. So today I'm going to talk about how the power dynamics in open source have been changing with the proliferation of cloud computing and large cloud providers, along with how those power dynamics change during rug pulls, forks, other disruptions. And then I'll dive a bit deeper into the different types of rug pulls and their outcomes, including a whole bunch of data about relicensed projects and their forks. And then finally, I'll talk more about what we can do when we're selecting open source projects to minimize our risk and reduce our disruptions to our work. So we'll start with a bit of history. Since really probably the beginning of time, those in power have been able to use that power against the weak, often with very little recourse, frankly. A well-known example can be seen in feudalism, where you have a powerful ruling class which controlled the land, leading to oppression and exploitation of the people actually doing the hard work of farming and protecting that land. Now, in this scenario, the power was mostly consolidated in the hands of a few, with the king and the church as the ones with the most power on the top of this pyramid. And much of this power was delegated then to nobles and lords who administered the land and often provided protection in the form of military services. But they served under the king, who could then take away that power. And these lords and nobles then held power over the peasants, who worked the land and had very little power or autonomy, despite doing, let's face it, most of the real work. Now, the lines are a little fuzzier, the consequences less extreme, but with the rise in popularity of large cloud providers, the open source power dynamics are looking a little similar to that feudalism example. But in our case, we do have ways to flip those power dynamics, which I'll talk about throughout the presentation. But here at the top, we have the cloud providers. So with many of our applications moving into the cloud, it is super easy to just use many of the services provided by those cloud providers, right? If you need some piece of open source software, you can pretty easily go to any of these major cloud providers, AWS, Microsoft, and they probably have a service that you can use to easily create it. And in many cases, they offer services for open source projects, while sometimes contributing or sometimes not much of anything back to these projects, which of course tends to upset some of the smaller companies in the next tier who have less power than those big cloud providers. In some, but not all of those cases, those smaller cloud providers, those smaller companies might have the power to relicense an open source project, which can then flip the balance of power between that smaller company and the large cloud provider. But this power play from the smaller companies then puts those maintainers, contributors, and users in a position of even less power and creates friction around this project that was just relicensed. Within open source projects, those with the least amount of power can then fork the project to, again, flip the power dynamics. But this is a lot of work to fork a project, especially a large project, and it may or may not be successful. And one thing that makes these open source power dynamics a bit fuzzy is that many of these companies and their employees actually fit into multiple of these categories. So it's not cut and dry, right? So for example, cloud providers are also users, contributors, and maintainers of various open source projects. And I'll talk more about this when we talk about the forks. So rug pulls, this is just like it sounds. I'm gonna knock this off if I don't move it, since I'm going to continue to talk with my hands. So this is just like it sounds. Companies pull the rug out from under the rest of us when they use open source to build a user base and a community before making a power play and doing something like relicensing or otherwise disrupting the project. Open source projects that are controlled by a single company have a higher risk of disruptions over the longer term because they operate at the whims of that company holding the power. And there's little recourse for outside contributors or users with less power when that company decides to go in a direction that maybe doesn't align with the expectations of all of the other participants within the community. And for company-originated open source projects, you can consider the reputation of that company as a steward of open source projects. However, while you might consider, you might think that a company is really an excellent open source citizen, they're awesome, their projects are not likely to be relicensed or forked. But keep in mind that companies can change direction with little to no notice. And you never know when they might be acquired by a company that isn't so awesome and open source friendly. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about that. And companies just change their strategy at some later date, right? And it's possible companies just go out of business. This happens, and they abandon their open source projects. But projects are much less likely to be disrupted by rug pulls if they're under neutral, well-run foundations, because those foundations encourage governance structures that provide a level playing field where people from a whole bunch of different companies can all work together as equals to create something that benefits everyone, which I'll talk more about later. Now, as I mentioned, the power dynamics are a little more complicated than the pyramid diagram that I showed earlier, because companies also need to answer to their investors, their boards, other stakeholders that are in a position of power over that company, whether it's a small company or one of those very large cloud providers. And lately, some companies have experienced a lot of pressure from VCs, shareholders, other investors, to relicense their open source projects to generate more license revenue, especially when a vendor's revenue streams rely solely or maybe mostly on an open source project. Their investors and shareholders can become concerned that the vendor is not making as much profit as possible from the project. And this is compounded if other companies, often large cloud providers, are competing for those same customers and profiting from the open source project that vendor has put substantial resources into developing. And these concerns about profitability lead to pressure from the investors to put the open source project under a new license with more restrictions than what would be possible if they left it under the original open source license. And these restrictions often make it more difficult for cloud providers and other companies to profit from newly relicensed open source projects. In several of the high-profile relicensing events, like the ones from Redis and Elastic, In the relicensing announcement, they mentioned that they were finding it difficult to sustain the company while the cloud providers were profiting from the work and taking business away from that smaller company that was driving that open source project. So this flips the power dynamic and increases the power associated with these smaller companies while decreasing the power of the cloud providers. But of course, that is not the end of the power dynamic flip, which you'll see when I talk about forks. So the disruptions caused by rug pulls can result in forks. But we're going to take just a little side quest for a quick overview of what I mean when I talk about forking. So in the days before GitHub, forks usually referred to hard forks. They're sometimes called hostile forks. They're sometimes called variant forks. And these hard forks are created with the purpose of starting some new branch of development, which then diverges from the original and often competes with the original project under a new governance model for the fork. Now, hard forks are in contrast to the social forks popularized by GitHub, which are a completely different thing. But these are on GitHub when you click the fork button on that repo. So those social forks are often used for collaboration, not competition. They're used for collaboration while contributing to the original project, usually using a pull request or something similar. So I'm focused on hard forks. So throughout this presentation, I'm not talking about clicking that fork button on GitHub. So all references are going to be to hard forks, except near the end where I have one slide about GitHub stars and forks. So just keep that in mind as we work our way through the presentation. So these hard forks are a form of collective action that flips the power dynamics in the pyramid and allows those of us with less power to take control of our own destiny by taking back control of our open source projects in the form of a fork, where we control the governance of this newly formed project. However, it's just not as simple as that, right? Nothing's that simple. Forks are hard work. So you often hear people say, well, anyone can fork a project and run with it. Yes, that is true, but it takes a significant amount of people and resources to make these projects successful over time. And let's face it, often those people and resources are often provided by very large companies, especially in some of the forks that we'll see later. So I mentioned that a smaller company can relicense an open source project and flip that power dynamic and gain power back from the cloud providers. But the cloud providers can again flip the power dynamic by forking a project and gaining their power back from these smaller companies. And let's face it, this works pretty well because these big cloud providers can often devote a significant number of people and resources into making a fork successful. Okay, so now that we've seen the power dynamics, we're going to do a deeper dive into the rug pulls, including the forks and other disruptions that result from them. So you'll see how these play out in a few different scenarios. One of the most common rug pull methods over the past few years has been relicensing open source projects. The companies controlling these projects used open source to grow their user base and as a way for those projects to become widely used and popular. Then they moved those projects under non-open source licenses. In these three cases, the result was collective action by users and one case, contributors coming together to create a fork of the original project. So I'll talk about each of these examples on later slides, so I'm not going to cover them in detail here. But the important thing is to remember is that rug pulls are often related to relicensing, but they also have consequences in the form of the forks that result. Now, the research we've been doing within the Chaos Project is focused on relicensing events that resulted in a fork of the original project. But it's important to remember that not all relicensing events and not all rug pulls result in a viable fork. And I'll admit that I haven't really spent any time looking into why some relicensing events result in popular forks and others don't. So I'm not going to go into much detail here, but it's important to remember that there are rug pulls that impact users and contributors that, for whatever reason, don't result in successful forks. Now, the Perforce Puppet rug pull is particularly interesting because it wasn't technically a relicense, but it effectively had the same result. So Perforce acquired Puppet back in 2022, and they announced on November 7th, 2024, that it was going to move binaries and packages developed by the team into a private location, which of course they claim is for security and stability reasons. whatever. In the in the announcement, they spent quite a bit of time explaining how this was not a relicense, because there'd just been some of those and they didn't want to be lumped in, I think. But they also said that they were going to be slowing the frequency of source code contributions to the public repository. So they're effectively moving the development behind closed doors. So not a relicense per se, but as you can imagine, this did result in a fork called OpenVox, which Ben talked about yesterday. And in OpenVox, the users and contributors are taking the power back after that perforce rug pull. So the fork was announced in January, and I don't have any analysis of it yet, but I'll probably start digging into it soon, since it's been just over 6 months, so I should have enough data to have a look. Now, if you've ever heard me talk before, you've probably heard me say something about how open source projects are complex, and no two open source projects are exactly alike. So similarly, one trend you'll see throughout the rest of this presentation is that different types of open source projects experience different impacts depending on the situation surrounding the fork in the project. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on this slide, but you can find all of the data that I'm going to talk about today in the CHAOSS repository linked on this slide. So we welcome any feedback and contributions. If you want to help us dig into the code and the data, it's all there for you to have a look at. And while the data is stored in GitHub using Jupyter Notebooks, it's really not that scary, and you don't need any data science skills or, frankly, even any programming skills to understand it. This is the thing I love about Jupyter Notebooks, is you can just ignore those code blocks that I use to generate the output and just look at the output to see the results. So it's relatively accessible to just about anybody to look at. I will also say that there's no perfect data to understand the impact that employees of particular organizations have in open source projects. So the goal of this research is not to have perfect data, but to get a feel for how employees of different organizations participate in these projects. And while it can be, let's face it, pretty difficult to gather data about where people work, I think I've come up with a reasonable solution by only gathering data about the most, what I'm calling, significant contributors. So those with 10 or more commits for the bigger projects, Elasticsearch and OpenSearch, and 5 or more commits for the smaller ones. And I was able to identify employers for most of those contributors, and I filled in some of the gaps by just talking to the people who contribute to those projects, which is always a good thing to do when you're doing research on projects. And so I used numbers of commits as a starting point for employer data from people who had 10 or more or 5 or more, depending on the project. But sometimes commits aren't a really good indicator of the amount of work. So I also looked at numbers of lines added and lines deleted to get a better feel for the magnitude. And I only focused on the primary repository for each of the projects. Now, organizational affiliation data is important when looking at relicensing and forks, so I started with that and then expanded it to look at stars and forks as a proxy for usage, which I'll talk about later. But there are loads of ways to contribute to open source, so the plan is also to look at some other metrics and other areas for these projects as we move forward. Now, let's talk about the examples. So Elastic moved Elasticsearch under the server-side public license, dual licensed with the Elastic license. So those are not OSI-approved open source licenses. So Elasticsearch was no longer an open source project in 2021 when they relicensed. So as you'll see on the next slide, almost all of the existing contributors to Elasticsearch were Elastic employees. So the relicense had very little impact on contributors, since there just weren't a lot of outside contributors. But there was a pretty big impact on some users of Elasticsearch who had to decide whether they could use it under one of these new proprietary licenses. And this resulted in a decision at Amazon, in Amazon AWS, to fork Elasticsearch into a new project called OpenSearch so that they could give their customers an alternative to Elasticsearch. So without a strong open source contributor community, there wasn't a strong contributor base to drive the fork. So while AWS did have a few people who had contributed to Elastic before, including Elasticsearch before, including one person who'd worked at Elastic, they were still kind of mostly starting from scratch with employees who were learning the code base. And so it took a little while to get something out. And as I've mentioned before, that's also very hard work. So in this example, I'm comparing the year before Elasticsearch originally relicensed. So during this first period, the project was still under the Apache 2.0 license. So in the second and third periods of time, the project was under the SSPL and Elastic license. So this is during the period when Elasticsearch was no longer an open source project. And you can see in the data that this just made very little difference, right? Because Elastic had never built a strong contributor base outside of the people who worked at the company. So in both time periods, Elastic employees were making 95, 97% of additions and deletions to the code base, and no more than 3 people from outside of Elastic made 10 or more commits in any given year. Now, it's not on this slide, but I also looked at 6 months after they added the AGPL. So 6 months after they became an open source project again, and there were actually no non-employees with 10 or more commits, which is not entirely surprising given that they didn't have people before contributing when they were an open source project. So I wouldn't have expected the AGPL to get them a whole bunch of new contributors, and indeed it did not. So OpenSearch. In this example, I'm comparing the early days of the OpenSearch fork, the first year with the most recent year, with an end date of when OpenSearch was moved from Amazon into the Linux Foundation, and then 6 months after the move to the LF. Now, I spent some time in the OpenSearch community shortly after the fork, and in that first year, a lot of work was being done within Amazon. So the code was public, but a lot of the discussions and decisions were actually happening within the company. So it's not surprising that we see here in the data that most of the contributions in that first time period were coming from Amazon employees. But in the more recent years, you can see that this has gradually shifted to bring in more contributors from outside of Amazon. And they've made a lot of improvements in their governance, and this is what allowed other people to contribute and then facilitated that move to the Linux Foundation, which I think is a great next step for OpenSearch. It's also worth noting that there's one individual from a company called Ivan that made a lot of the non-Amazon contributions in all of these time periods, but there were also loads of significant contributions from other people. So this is trending in the right direction from my perspective. However, I was surprised that there wasn't more of an uptick after the move to the LF. So this does suggest that starting a fork under a company and then moving it into a foundation doesn't have the same benefits as starting the fork under that foundation, which you'll see in the next couple of slides. In other words, I think OpenSearch would have been more successful if they had started it under a foundation, which is what I was pitching in the early days. But that took a few years because big companies. So let's talk about another example, Terraform OpenTofu. So on the one hand, again, most Terraform contributions were being made by HashiCorp employees. So even when it was an open source project, from that standpoint, the original project is a little similar to Elasticsearch. However, you will see that the fork is very different than OpenSearch in certain ways, similar in others. So the OpenTofu fork was started under the Linux Foundation. So from the start, it was under a neutral foundation rather than being started by a single company. But in other ways, it looks a little bit like the OpenSearch fork because it was driven by users rather than people who'd been contributing to the original project. So let's have a look at the data. So similar to the Elasticsearch example, it's HashiCorp employees who are making the significant contributions to Terraform. So even before the relicensing, with only 1 to 2 people outside of the company making any significant contributions to that core repository. So it's not surprising that it's about the same after the relicense. Now, OpenTofu has contributors from a wide variety of companies, with Spacelift employees making the most significant contributions. However, it's interesting to note that none of these contributors contributed to Terraform before the fork. So like with the OpenSearch example, these were contributors who had to learn the code base as they were forking the project. Which again, super hard work. I talked to some of the people that were doing this and they were like, yeah, it was way harder than we thought it was gonna be. But they seem to be doing all right, so that's great. And so this is in contrast to Valky, which we'll talk about soon, where over a dozen contributors moved to the fork. And there is also in all of these projects a lot of people who've made small contributions. So all of these projects have very long tails, as you expect from open source projects. So this is a very different example than the ones I just talked about. So in this case, there were a lot of contributors to Redis who weren't employees of Redis. Some of this is because early in the days of Redis, they had promised that they would never relicense. So there are blog posts from the founder of Redis that were like, yeah, we're never going to relicense. That's just not going to happen. That's not who we are. Things change. That person was not at the company, and Redis moved to some non-open source licenses. So when that happened, the contributors forked the project and started a new project called Valky. So this new project was started from under the Linux Foundation. So again, from the start, it was under a neutral foundation rather than being started by a company. And even though Valky is a relatively new project, it's, I think, the newest of all of these, you can already see how it's different than the previous examples. So this is where the Redis project differs from Elasticsearch and Terraform in the number of people who were contributing and were not employees of Redis. So in the year leading up to the relicense, while Redis was still open source, there were substantial contributions and maintainers from employees of other companies, with twice as many non-employees making 5 or more commits. So Redis employees made more additions and deletions, but these were actually, I went back and I looked at a few very large change sets that sort of inflated that number. And you can see that employees of other companies made almost twice as many commits from about a dozen people. So in the year after the relicense, all of those existing contributors from companies like Amazon, Alibaba, Tencent, Huawei, Ericsson, who contributed over 5 commits to the Redis project in the year leading up to the relicense, they stopped contributing. So some made a couple of commits shortly after the relicensing, which in talking to them was frankly just a work in progress that eventually got merged. But all of the contributors who made 5 or more commits after the relicense were Redis employees. Now, Valky had 52 people employed at 13 companies in the first year of the fork. And 22 of those people had previously contributed to Redis and were now contributing to Valky. And these are contributors from a variety of companies, with Amazon having the most contributors. The Google data is a little bit misleading. So while Google employees have made a very large percentage of additions and deletions, most of those changes can be attributed to 2 PRs, which related to formatting changes. So it's still significant and important, but that's why those numbers look a little weird. And there are also a lot of contributions coming from other companies, Alibaba, Ericsson, Samsung. Now, this is always the problem in open source. How do we know who uses our stuff, right? So it's very, very difficult to measure actual usage of an open source project. So Sophia Vargas, Georg Link, and a couple of other people have done some research that have found a strong positive correlation between usage and GitHub forks and stars. So this is not perfect. I'm only using it to highlight a few trends, and it is an indicator of usage, not proof of usage. But for each project that had a relicensing event, so Elasticsearch, Terraform, Redis, there was a temporary spike in GitHub forks right around the time of that event. Not surprising. This indicates that contributors or users wanted to keep a local copy of the source code as a response to that collective action threat. Shortly after the relicensing event, the number of new GitHub forks and stars were a slightly lower level than before for all of the relicensed projects, which indicates that slightly fewer people were interested in contributing and using these relicensed projects. And for each of the hard forks, there was also a pattern. They experienced a spike in the number of GitHub forks and stars shortly after the announcement of that fork, and then a reduced number in later months. And this demonstrates that during this period of uncertainty, people were considering that fork and as a possible response to this threat, or possible response to the relicensing. And when comparing the relicensed project with its hard fork, in all cases, the hard forks had fewer new GitHub forks compared to the original project. OpenSearch had fewer new stars than Elasticsearch. But the other hard forks that were started under Foundations actually have more new stars than the original relicensed projects. So this data, I think it says here, it's median new stars and forks per day. So these are new stars and forks per day is the numbers we're looking at. But all of this taken together, just looking at this big picture, indicates that both the original project and the hard forks continue to exist together, with both of the projects being used. However, the relicensed projects have reduced usage due to some users switching to those hard forks. And that's, again, more pronounced for the forks that were started under a foundation. So what can we do? These rug pulls and power dynamics create significant issues for those of us who use and contribute to these projects. As maintainers, contributors, and even users of open source, we devote our most precious resource to these projects, our time. And we need for projects that we spend time on to be sustainable over the long term to avoid wasting this very precious resource. And there's no way to predict which projects will be sustained over time versus ones that might experience a rug pull. But there are some warning signs and things to think about before spending too much time on a particular project. So before I start the slide, I'm going to say that I am not a lawyer. I am going to gloss over these details because you should talk to an actual lawyer who knows the ins and outs of open source licensing and legal agreements. But there are things that can increase or decrease the likelihood of a rug pull when a project is owned by a company. Contributor license agreements, CLAs, create a power imbalance within open source communities where the power is tilted toward the company who owns the project and controls that contributor license agreement, giving the company more power than the other contributors. So for example, the power to relicense a project in some cases. So when projects use CLAs, rug pulls are more common. It is worth mentioning Elasticsearch, Terraform, and Redis all had CLAs. So projects that use a developer certificate of origin, on the other hand, which is what the Linux kernel uses, along with lots of other projects, don't suffer from this type of power imbalance. So that's not to say that there might not be other types of rug pulls with projects using a DCO, but they aren't likely to result in a relicense. And the type of license used by a project might also influence certain types of rug pulls, but that's definitely a question for a lawyer, so I'm just going to move off before I get myself in trouble and move on to stuff I do know about. So I talked earlier about how rug pulls and power plays are more common when a project is controlled by a single company, as we just saw in several examples. So one way to make better use of our time is by supporting projects that are under neutral foundations whenever possible. So the CNCF, the Linux Foundation, Eclipse, Apache Software Foundation, these are all lovely neutral foundations. And projects are much less likely to experience rug pulls if they're under neutral, well-run foundations, because those foundations encourage governance structures that create a level playing field where people from a whole bunch of different companies can work together as equals to create something that benefits everyone. But it's not enough to just focus on projects that are under neutral foundations. You also need to look at project governance. So while it isn't very common, rug pulls can and do still happen to projects under neutral foundations, usually when all or most of the development is coming from the employees at a single company. So there are examples of these in most foundations. There was one example of this in the CNCF. There's a project called Cortex, which Grafana was driving most of the development. So they had control over the developers and the power to make unilateral decisions about what those developers work on. So they were making changes that they didn't want to relicense under the Apache 2.0, which is what Cortex was licensed under. So they forked Cortex. They basically forked the project that they had contributed to the CNCF and created Mimir as a new company-owned project, still open source, but now under the AGPL v3, which has very different restrictions than the Apache license. So it can help to look for neutral governance, where leadership positions and maintainers come from a variety of organizations with a fair and transparent process for selecting those leaders. And this creates a level playing field where we can all participate as equals when neutral governance is combined with neutral ownership of projects under foundations. Now, I talked about neutral governance, but we should also be thinking about contributor sustainability in general. Does the project have enough contributors to sustain it over time and replace the existing maintainers when they burn out or move on to something else? For the open source projects we rely on, are there enough contributors that if one of them retired on a beach tomorrow with no notice and didn't take their laptop with them, could the project continue with minimal disruptions? Now, this leads directly to how companies can help open source projects that are important to them. I've talked a lot about the power dynamics, But companies also have the power and resources to make real improvements. And corporate involvement can positively impact the sustainability of our open source projects, including the forks. Companies allocate employee time to contribute to projects, or they provide funding and other resources to help sustain open source projects. Having your employees working within a project helps you understand the power dynamics that might be at play and better understand the strengths and weaknesses of that project, while also being able to influence the project from within. Now, there are many other ways you can think about sustainability of a project and find ways to improve the sustainability from within for the projects that you use. So some of you may already be familiar with the CHAOS project. We have a series of project viability metrics, metrics models, actually, collections of metrics, which help you think about which projects you should spend time on and which ones maybe aren't going to be viable over the long term. So if you're deciding whether to embrace a project and want to dig into a lot more details than what I just talked about, that would be a good place to start. We also recently launched a practitioner guide series. So each guide is focused on a single topic, but despite CHAOS being focused on metrics, the real value of these guides is not actually in the metrics, but in how to make meaningful improvements within open source projects across several key areas. So you see we have them on responsiveness, contributor sustainability, organizational participation, demonstrating value, diverse leadership. So we have lots of different guides. So if you're looking for additional ideas for improving your projects, it's a good place to start. And they are all MIT licensed, so you can just take them and you can actually fork the repo where the guides are and do whatever you'd like with them. So as we confirmed earlier, for those of you who are here at the beginning, these slides are actually uploaded to the speaking page on fastwonderblog.com, the correct version, which wasn't the version I started with in this presentation. So I'm not going to spend any more time on this, just mention that you have links to these resources. With the rise in popularity of cloud providers, the open source power dynamics are looking a little similar to that feudalism example that I talked about at the beginning of the presentation. But in our case, what's different is that we have the power to shift those power dynamics. A smaller company deciding to move a project from an open source license can flip the power dynamic and can gain power back from these large cloud providers, but they also shift the balance of power further away from the contributors and the users at the bottom of that pyramid. This encourages those who now have less power to take collective action to fork a project, which again flips that power dynamic in favor of the contributors and the users. Again, often including cloud providers as users. So within the open source world, we are definitely better off than those peasants and those serfs because we have certain freedoms, right, that allow us to take collective action to gain power back by forking projects when others abuse their power. With that, thank you, and we'll open it up to questions. Questions?
So in your, I want to think, or ask you to think a little bit, or talk a little bit more across the data and the interpretation. Like I think you've got this, you know, strong interpretation that shifting to neutral foundations sets the stage for kind of, you know, more like viable forks down the road, and then some kind of strategic suggestions to, for example, for companies to invest more before the fork happens, if you're actually dependent on a tool, which makes a lot of sense. I guess the question is, from your data, it didn't, I almost wanted more signal of that in the data, right? Like, I think it's like, there are hints of it, but I was curious what other differences maybe you observed across the projects where there is growth afterwards, right? Like, so for example, you know, I think you talked about how, I forget the ordering, but the third fork,
Redis and Valky.
yeah, it was Redis and Valky. There was more distributed contribution beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And so it basically made it so that the fork, like, yeah, sure, go ahead. You want to go off and go fork this, have fun. The rest of us are going to go start a new sandbox, and it's going to survive. How how much of the, are there other explanations that you considered, that you like looked at? Are there other elements of like the social dynamics within the communities that might shape the outcomes for these forks, right? I guess I'm just trying to push a little bit on the neutral foundation as the answer part of this, to understand more deeply what other factors might be explanatory
Yeah.
in there.
Okay. So the question was, I would like to see more data, and are there other explanations beyond neutral foundations? The answer to that is most certainly probably yes. Most certainly probably probably yes. So that is the next phase of this research. So the plan was to start with organizational participation, because that's a very important piece of looking at relicensing and forks in particular. So the idea was to start with that, and then, oops, this is on wheels, and then, so don't lean, and then take it and look at other project health metrics, and look at other parts of the community, and look at other things going on, because it isn't all about the neutral foundations. That is one element of it. There are certainly other things going on in these projects that we just haven't dug into yet, because frankly it's a very complex space. And looking at the relicensed projects and looking at their forks, you have to kind of look at different measures because of the dynamics that were in these communities. So we're trying to figure out what we want to look at next, is the short answer.
Cool. Thanks.
I have
Yeah.
a question after
Yeah.
Foster. Not to, like, usurp moderator privileges or something. I noticed in the timelines that you put on the screen that a number of the timelines between the announcement of relicensing and the announcement of the fork is actually pretty short. Big companies do take a long time, but most collective action movements can't even get out of bed in 2 weeks. So to launch a new fork in 2 weeks seems like a miracle. Was it your sense that a single devoted person was changing the world in those cases, and they were like, we're gonna storm the barricades, follow me? Or was that everybody knew it was coming and they were just waiting? Or give us maybe a little bit more insight into what that collective action movement looks like.
Yes, and it's very different for each of the projects, which is what's particularly interesting. So in the example of Elasticsearch and OpenSearch, there were clearly communication happening between Elastic and Amazon AWS, because the originating date of that. So none of these. Let me just. This is just a data point here. None of these forks were created by clicking that fork button on GitHub. They were all cloned and then re-uploaded to a brand new repository. So the date of the creation of the OpenSearch repository predates the Elasticsearch announcement of the relicense. So there was obviously some communication happening. People at Amazon were concerned that Elastic was going to relicense. They probably had a heads up. There was probably some internal company back and forth, because these two companies have important partnerships, right? So there was something going on before. In the case of Valky, it was primarily driven by a couple of the maintainers, so people like Madeline Olson, who Redis said they were going to relicense, and so there was an immediate, we're going to clone that particular point in time, and we're going to fork it. The OpenTofu thing was a little bit different, because there was a big push to get HashiCorp to change their mind. So there was a manifesto, there were signatures on the manifesto, there were a whole bunch of people that were like, hey, please don't do this. These are a whole bunch of your customers. We would like for you not to do this, please. And they were not successful at that. So then that one was also then announced. But there was a bigger delay in that one than some of the others. Yeah. Ooh.
I could tell you a little bit about what happened with OpenBox. My co-founder and I didn't have any inside news, but we kind of saw the writing on the wall, and so we did all the work ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
When the fork was announced and they pulled packages and everything, we republished packages the day after. And it wasn't just we just magically did it all at once.
saw
had
writing
it
on the
already.
wall. What writing on what wall?
I
So
used
it's
to work
12:30.
there,
So, yeah. So decreases in contribution
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
company
yeah,
would be
yeah.
a signal.
Yeah,
I think
off
we're
camera.
out of
Yeah, so
time.
come back at 2:00 for even more back Science and Community track. We're going to hear an awesome rundown of open source research, a whole decade of work summarized in just 45 short minutes from the excellent Dr. Igor Steinmacher. Please welcome to the stage.
Oh, thank you for the introduction, Kelly. So yeah, it's more than a decade. Actually, I started, let me go back here. So first of all, I'm from Brazil. I'm here in the US for a while, and it's more than a decade that I've been studying open source sustainability. So my research on that started in 2011, but I've been involved with open source for a while. So I started developing things and interacting with the community in 2003. In Brazil, we had this big open source forum, international forum of open source and free software that was held until like 4 or 5 years ago. It was a huge thing, like thousands of people. It was like amazing. And I got involved with this like 2 or 3 times organizing things on the academic and on the open source side. And since 2012, after I started working in research with open source, I do my work in trying to teach people the importance of open source and using open source and open source as a career and etc. It's like when people ask me, it's like, is it worth, like, are people staying? It's like, if one per year, one per semester somehow gets what I'm saying and do something for open source, it's a big win. And it's happening. So I have students, previous students of mine, like working at Debian or IBM, doing open source in IBM. So I consider it as a big win. Some of them like had their own companies and they open source their libraries and etc. So yeah, I consider this as my current contribution. It's like after you start, you think you'll be able to start as a professorship. You think you'll be able to continue doing whatever, and you cannot. So my contribution now is keep bringing people in and mentoring and making them part of the open source movement. Well, so I'm here to talk about like what I've been doing in terms of sustainability, and this is well known. Just everybody here should be aware of what is going on, what happens with free and open source software. We have this onboarding and retention crisis forever, right? From the start. So I was talking to some people like 10 minutes ago and say like, when I started doing this, GitHub was not a thing. And having people to onboard open source at that time was really, really more painful than it is nowadays, because you need to figure out the processes. You need to figure out like how each specific community behaves, the specific coding standards, how they interact. Like, is it like, do I send a patch to the mailing list, right? The previous like was talking about it. Do I send something in the forum or SourceForge? How do I create a patch? So in 2012, I created this course just because it was a mess. Like, I need to teach people how to do this because this is not actually industry standards. There's somehow a gap. Nowadays, like we're talking about, it's good that I've been here talking to people, and burnout and maintainers and mentors are overloaded. It's like maintainers and mentors, I would say like there's a huge overlap between them. So the maintainers are the ones who usually mentor, and talking to them is like, I prefer to fix myself than spending some time with someone that I don't know that they will stay. If it's something critical, fix, and that's it. So they are overloaded, and developers churn is quite frequent. Not on maintainers level, but that too. But developers do not tend to stay like for long term in open source if they don't see how this is remotivating them intrinsically or extrinsically. Well, so back there, like early 2010s, I started doing some research on newcomers onboarding. Why did I choose to do that? First, because I wanted to get back to open source. Second, because after a while working on a private company, I saw that the thing at that time was this global software development thing. It was this big term as people developing software all around the world for a company. So offshore was the big thing at that point. And I was managing a team with people in India, UK, US, Brazil, China, Malaysia, and onboarding new people was not an easy job. And when I was doing that, I could not stop thinking about open source. Why? Because it's the same thing. People are all spread around, asynchronous communication. So it's like, I'll go back to academia, you know, and I'll start taking a look at this. And then I started to see, and it was harder than I thought. Because it's not only the same challenges that we had in industry, but it's open source. So people there, they mentor because they like it. People maintain because usually they like it. It's like if you look back in 2011, the number of hobbyists are pretty higher than today. They have like a lot of industry involvement. And the challenges are different because if I don't want to mentor, I'll not mentor. In my company, if I ask you to mentor, you mentor. Right? So there were like, it would go beyond what I had in industry. And then we started looking at what are the main challenges, and it's spread around like all the dimensions that you can think about. At a first glance, you can think like, oh, it's because it's hard. It's technically hard. At the end of the day, you see that this is a detail. It's like it is hard because they would follow at that time different processes. There is a strong social component. There is a strong interpersonal kind of relationship that you need to have in these environments. So it goes beyond. And one thing that we figured out that until today is something that plays a role is things are not well documented. Technical things, yes. All the other stuff, no. So who should I talk to? Which channel to use? What are the actual processes? It's like, how can I answer a pull request review? Where should I go to talk to the right people? So this was not well documented, and it's still, like, to some extent, not very well documented. Because documentation, you know, it's a pain. Everybody knows that keeping documentation up to date is not easy. And if talking about like keeping it up to date, not even technical documentation. So I had like people that I mentored, like great developers, they go to the documentation and say like, this is not reflecting what we have in the code base. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry. Why don't you update that as your contribution? So that's one thing that I try to tell people. This is done usually, like I try to go to community-based kind of open source. Like these people are doing on their free time. Sometimes they are doing because of their altruism, and do that. And fixing documentation is a big thing. What I figured out at that time, this is 2013, is that when they have documentation, it's a mess. What do I mean? It's like it's in different places, it's scattered around. Some things on wikis, some things on SourceForge, some things are PDF somewhere. And how can I help now? Given this key aspect of documentation, what I try to do is like, what if I get the things that I found that are hard, and I try to organize the documentation that is already in place and show the newcomers as a flow. So just by doing that, I could see, at least my students, they improved their success level like incredibly. And they're feeling that they are accomplishing something in a small time frame. It was amazing. Like in 1 month, I had like 2 or 3 times more people able to finish a contribution than I had before without this, just putting them in the wild. Because I say like, these are the main questions, these are the main problems. Where do I find documentation for this? And yeah, it worked out. The other thing that I try to explore, so I will put a landscape of what I've done, and then I'll converge somehow to where I am now. The second thing is mentorship. So this guy there, Steve, is doing a lot of work as of now on mentorship. But this is another thing. We started to see that mentorship was a bottleneck. If you do not recognize the mentors, they will not do a good job. Because like, again, like they prefer to do the technical work. And we extend a little bit our work on on the challenges or barriers to mentors. Because it's not only the project's fault that the newcomer cannot onboard. Sometimes it's the newcomer's fault. Sometimes it's the way that you are approaching what you think that the community needs to do, your way of thinking that is different. So we look from the perspective of maintainers. It's like, what are the challenges that you face? And there is a lot that is on the side of the newcomers or in the relationship. Because again, like we're talking someone who are willing to help because they want to volunteer, they want as a hobby, they want for their CV, and someone willing to mentor as a hobby, as something else. And there are a lot of mismatches here. It's like time commitment, what the amount of effort that each of them would be able to put, and etc. So what we found is that sometimes we need to have some guidance for both sides. It's like how to help both of them. So the community needs to somehow provide ways to the mentors as well to step up and do some things. And last and not the least, maintainers, of course. So we did some good work on maintainers. So we have a good study here by Stuart Geiger. And like, it's hard to be a maintainer. Like everybody that we heard talking about today say like, yeah, it's like people burn out. Why? Because it's all on their shoulders. They do everything. They cover technical issues. They manage. They talk about vision of the project. They are the ones responsible for mentorship. Okay, we know. And yeah, how to help them? So there are ways that we can help them. For one of the things like that we found both for mentors and maintainers, like it's hard to find like meal piece work to give these newcomers, and it's hard to find these meal piece kind of tasks with the right directions on how to find like where should I look at and how should I do that. So we started trying to, like 5-6 years ago, try to first automatically label tasks, not in terms of it's good for newcomers or not, but what specific skills should I have in terms of which APIs may be involved in this. And the second thing is knowing which API should be involved in this issue. Where should I look at first in the code base? Well, it's not a big success for all the projects because some of them are more organized, some are less. But for some of them that we tried, it was a pretty big success because I go there, it's like, oh, I know SQL, so what about I look at issues that would deal with SQL? And then I go there and I try to point them like, look at these 4 files here and see if you can find the issue in these 4 files. That was nice. We could make some improvement there, but again, like it's not a silver bullet. And the big problem is that you need to have some effort up front to provide labeled issues so I can train my model. So at some point, we just gave up because it's not easy for the maintainers to stop for a week to give me like 200 issues, 200 pieces of code all labeled so I can train my model. But yeah, there is something that we can do. And like also related to maintainers, we took one extra step. This is somehow related to, I think, what Don was talking to us earlier. Sometimes people take breaks. What happened with the project? It's like, are maintainers allowed to take breaks? Right? Like, if I see like there's this thing about truck factory, if the truck factory is one and I want a 1-month vacation, who is taking care of this project? So we analyzed a few projects to see if people take breaks. Sometimes, like, I know people that cannot take breaks because they own the knowledge there. And like this project that I follow pretty closely, there was a contributor for a long time, Jabref. Oliver is the maintainer of the thing, is like, if he steps back for a while, things stop. But yeah, as any other endeavor, developers' breaks are natural and should happen to avoid burnout that we talked about earlier, right? And breaks should not avoid the project to continue, to progress in a healthy and sustainable way. So what can we do? Well, that's something that we're doing now, but what we found here is that everybody, thankfully, 89% of the developers of the projects that we analyzed had all maintainers taking long breaks for at least once. And long breaks is like depending on their rhythm, so we took an individual perspective here. And core developers are likely to come back when they stop. Okay, two good news. So people take breaks, and we can expect them to come back. But one question mark was still in place here. What happens in this period? And this is something that we're still exploring. But we saw that in some cases, productivity goes down, and that's it. It's like the backlog of pull requests increase, and the number of commits and pull requests decrease. In other cases, there are people that replace this person. And the conclusion that we have somehow up to this point is it depends on the pieces that this person has ownership over. So if it's a specific piece of code that they are the only person who would touch, if they leave, it's a big risk because nobody else touches that, and we see that the productivity goes down, number of pull requests related to that thing will pile up. If it's a more like a community endeavor, the ownership is kind of shared throughout the code base, people just take over, and productivity and number and pull request backlog stays the same. How to do that? I don't know. It's like sharing knowledge and having people, maybe there is not enough people with that specific skill set to take care of a specific place. So there is no magic wand or no magic way to do that. So given all these things, we started to try to apply things. And we started, recently we had a project approved to help making this project data.table. It's an R package, sustainable, because things are going pretty bad with this project. So we tried to put a grant proposal together, and we got some support to work on this one. And this, as of now, is one of our big cases on how we can rework a community to try to bring it back to a healthy life. Not back to life, because it was not dead, but it was really unhealthy. And I'll show you why. So in 2022-21, they were struggling with participation. People were leaving the project. There was a huge pile of pull requests. Nobody was reviewing that. Nobody was taking care. There were even a few issues, if you look back in 2022-23, asking is this project dead? Is anyone maintaining this still? So it was going pretty bad. And the problem is it was part of the infrastructure of a bunch of companies and academic research and statistics. So how to do that? How can we handle that? So we joined forces with data table people. It's let's try. Let's see what we can do. One key point that we detected was that they did not have a governance model shared with anyone. Nobody knew how it worked. And at the end of the day, it was a benevolent dictator for life kind of thing. And the person was overloaded with other stuff. So it was this person plus one who would have commit rights or merging rights. And the second person was really afraid of making mistakes and would not step up. So we tried to get as many people from the community back as possible and started to try to discuss how to make this project come back to life. So what did we do? So we started a big effort on community rebuilding. It's putting workshops, going to conferences, talking about the project, going to companies that use the project to try to see if they would have someone to help us contributing to the project. And this is the key thing that I took part on, is the reshaping the governance model. like actually having an explicit governance model. Who are who in the project, how to get there, how to become a maintainer, how to become a committer, how to become something. So everything was transparent. We started to distribute roles, so we're even like recognizing translators and people who do blog posts, and everybody had a share on the sustainability thing. For me, one of the key things that we did was we got the community to help us shaping the governance. So we brought all those people together and we said, like, we are bringing up an issue to discuss the governance model, and we will provide like an initial version of it. And I want everybody to participate. And what was a good indicator, like a big green flag, is that we had a bunch of commitments. So we had at least 17 different people discussing in the issue tracker in a community that we look back in 2 years, in the 2 years time frame. We would have around like 50 people committing. So 17 is a good number. Discussing this specific issue and coming to a formal governance model. Not only that, if we see the issue tracker now, the number of things related to governance since 2023, we have quite a few issues still like coming back and discussing, changing, because things do not work as expected at the beginning, right? We put a governance model, but yeah, this is the ideal world, but at some point, it's like, this is not working. We are missing this, we're missing that. So not only we're able to put in place a governance model, but we were able to kind of bring awareness to the community that belongs to them. And they would have voice on how things should happen. Well, we came back after 1.5 years to ask the community how they felt. And it sounds like it's kind of positive, the feedback. We noticed that there are a bunch of neutral things, like we asked about transparency, community involvement, conflict handling, code of conduct, engagement, and a general feedback in terms of if improved or not the satisfaction of the contributors, the community. And we see that there is a big trend towards like positive answer, and there's like a big number of people in the middle here. If we analyze like who are the people here and there, it's like we don't know, it was anonymous, but if we look at their experience and the kind of work that they do, it's like the people in the middle are the ones that knew how the community worked. So they had knowledge, like they are there for like 10 years, they're already reviewers and etc. So it doesn't make a difference. But if you look at people who joined like 5 years from now, we had like all these green points there. So people joining, they find it useful to know how the community works. Let's bring some numbers to the table so we can see if it worked or not. So the dotted line is when the governance model was introduced. As you can see, the numbers were pretty bad here in the number of pull requests, reviews on pull requests per month. Sorry, this is the number of people reviewing pull requests per month. So as you can see, in the last like 12 months before we changed it, 2, 3, 1 people reviewing pull requests. And the backlog was going nuts. After we showed that it's possible, we brought some more committers to the table because they were experienced enough. We had some more people with merge rights, more people reviewing code. We start to see a decrease in the backlog. And 10 to 12 people reviewing pull requests a month. So that was a big win. Because we showed like, if you do this, you can be a code reviewer. So at that point, like, oh, I can be a code reviewer. So we kind of tagged people on who could review code, who could merge code, and redistributed the roles, and things started to happen. Because they knew, it was transparent that they could do that. Same thing with the onboarding. So if we look at before the governance model was implemented, we had like a maximum of 2 people onboarding the project, and a long time ago. And after the governance model, we see like a good trend of people onboarding. again, this is not a huge project. It's like 40, 50 people. So if I have 2, 3 new contributors trying to do something a month, that's good. Of course, there are some things here that should be I should acknowledge. So we had a Google Summer of Code at some point here with 2 new people joining. We had some other internship with 1 people joining. But anyways, this is 3. So we have 2, 3 a month. So if we exclude like 2 points there, it's not a big deal. And the average of the mean age by issues per month, what is the age of issue per month? How long does an issue that was opened in month X take to be closed? You see that there are pretty old issues here. Things closed after 868 days. It's like 2.5 years. We are happy that the new issues are being consumed as fast as possible. If you go to data table now, you see like there's still a big backlog of issues because some issues here are taking forever to be fixed. So we are working on issues fast and pull requests fast now, so to see if we can catch up with those as well. And just to show you like what these numbers of reviewers and pull requests mean in terms of different people working on the project. So on the left side here, you see how it was before the new governance model. Right side, after the governance model. The size of the bubbles mean how many times, how many events. For each of the people, each line is a person, a contributor. How many times each of them worked on submitting revisions or creating pull requests. So you can see that we have quite a few people making good contribution, like in terms of numbers, per month after the governance model. So we were able not only to onboard people, but to retain these people for at least a few months. So one example, if you look at this user 27, this person is not there anymore. But you can see that they contributed for like 8 months. That's good enough. Even there, maybe submitted a new feature or worked on something that would bother them, and they left. That's good. If we have like a bunch of people in this pattern, which I see happening here, that's excellent. If you have 3 or 4 people coming, you stay for 6 months and leaving, that's great. What did we learn here? So we first learned that it's possible to measure the impact from governance changes. And we are always getting back to the community and saying like, here's what's happening, what is happening. This is how we are measuring it. Congratulations, these numbers are increasing. And they're pretty glad and they like to receive this feedback. And this motivates people who are joining because they see that the things are evolving. And it make them happy and more willing to keep contributing to the governance, not only to the code base, but to how the project works. Community health is dynamic. What does it mean? It's like, as I'm saying, like the contribution model, the governance model is changing. So it's just 2 years, but we see a lot of changings coming up. So things that work now maybe will not work in a few months. Or things that I think that would work like this do not. So things change. But we need some active stewardship. It's like if everybody leaves it to happen, it will never happen. And the last one is sustainable projects should adapt, listen, and iterate. And we come back to the first one here. Well, this is a nice and a really measurable case study of how relatively simple change may improve the sustainability of projects. And how are we shaping the future now of what we are doing, given this whole new AI trends, and like how can we leverage that and leverage whatever we've been doing before to help communities? So I'm not in favor or against like using AI for anything. I think like it needs to be used like carefully and in the right spots. Thing is, it's not a solution for everything. Anyways, what are we doing? So first thing, can we use AI for sustainability? One big thing that we found is like it is possible to use LLMs to help scaling the mentoring, especially for people who do not know anything about that specific project. Why? One complaint that we have from maintainers is that I have to answer the same questions over and over again, regardless if it's in the documentation. So RTFM like does not work anymore. It's like you can tell them they will not read. They will ask the question. And like sometimes they do not get an answer because I don't want to answer the question. Not even point them to something else because it will make use of my time to do that. So with LLMs, you can unload somehow a little bit of the maintainer's time and support newcomers who will receive timely answers. Again, like it's not a solution for everything. I'm not telling that, oh, you go there and you get your code and you submit your code. This is happening in a lot of places. So maintainers are also sick of that. But here's more like it can be something that will answer easy enough questions. How do we do that? By analyzing whatever the project already has. And the second thing that we can do is help maintainers with historical data analysis and providing insights based on the data that they have from the project. Well, to scale mentoring, as I said, like newcomers need help. The documentation can be scattered around, can be outdated, or they just don't read. Fact. Human mentoring is not scalable. Like, of course, like we have one person who can mentor, maybe the person is on a break, what happens then? And we have this big boom of LLMs, and you can do like specialized things with this retrieval augmented generation, just focused on whatever I tell it to focus. So what we did is we created a RAG to automate project-specific support. And we provided this RAG with source code, technical documentation, and wiki pages, developer wiki pages for a specific project. In this case, like we've been trying with 3 or 4 projects. The one that I'm showing here is the one that we concluded recently. It was a pilot with Mozilla Firefox. So we had engineers from Mozilla Firefox working with us to help us understanding what are the questions and curating the questions and evaluating the answers. What we did is like we got questions from their matrix channel, and we asked the engineers to evaluate each of the answers that we provided in terms of how helpful they are, how comprehensive they are, and how concise they are. And we used the human answer that was in the chat. You used like a general use LLM to answer the question, and our RAG. So we were not seeking to be better than the humans. We just wanted to see if it's possible to replace the humans to some extent on these specific questions. And yeah, the questions that we got, like just to be clear, were on the newcomers onboarding outreach thing. So you were like actual newcomers questions. And as we can see here, in terms of helpfulness, human answers are a little bit better. 79%, in 79% of the case, it was checked as helpful. But our RAG was 75%. That's pretty close. That's pretty good. And when we ask like which of them was the most helpful one, in 46.5% of the cases, it was the RAG LLM, way higher than the human answers. Because they could choose like, all of them could be helpful, or 2 of them, or 1, or none. So it was an attribute. They were not choosing which one was the most helpful. We just wanted to know, like, is this helpful? Yes or no? Is this helpful? Is this helpful? And when we see that almost half of them, the RAG was the most helpful, that makes us feel like, okay, maybe this is a way to go. And it's not only on helpfulness. If you look at comprehensiveness, it's the same kind of thing, with even more RAG answers being checked as the most concise, the most comprehensive, and conciseness was not good even for humans. I would expect that the human ones would be like the least concise ones. I was like, sometimes people forget that they need to bring context to the table when you're very experienced. There is this gap, like myself as a teacher included, when we are like in different levels of expertise, you forgot that you need to go back and say like, given this, do you remember this? So that's the main thing that the developer said, like all of them are lacking context. And we explicitly told both the LLM and our RAG to be as short as possible because people don't like to read. So when we do that, we lose conciseness, of course. Well, just to finish, and we ask like, which of them would you prefer in practice to help newcomers? And we see that there's a technical kind of tie in between RAG and the human, which again, like, it sounds to me like a good result. So we can use this to somehow support mentorship.
Just a quick question.
Yep.
On this one. Were the fact that the results were RAG generated, was that shared with the people who participated in this?
They knew that there were RAG generated, LLM, and human, but they didn't know which one of them.
Got it.
Yeah. But they knew, yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. And yeah, again, like this is good results for us. Because like we can help the maintainers to kind of reduce their load while keeping it working. What Mozilla asked us, like they have now a controlled environment with the chatbot working, but they are the ones that request the chatbot to provide the answers. So they are kind of in halfway through like implementing it to the public and checking it. So they call the chatbot, they check the answer, and they curate the answer to see if it's okay or not. Let's see how it goes. So we're on the second stage, and we have like 2 more projects working on that. One of them I cannot share, the other one is JobRef. And what else can we do? So this is what we are working now, helping maintainers with an AI analyst. So what happens here, like all the things that we learned, it's like that our studies on onboarding maintainers, governance exposed that there is burnout. There is loss of expertise when people leave. Data analytics is a need because I want to know upfront, like even for the changes in the licensing, relicensing, it's like, yeah, letters on the wall. It's like, what is that? So maybe we can find these letters on the wall somehow. And lack of transparency. The dashboards that we have nowadays or require someone expert that knows how to read them to tell the communities how to behave. That's like a business of a bunch of companies out there. Or they fail to deliver like intertwined insights. On like, how can I read all of this together? It's like, oh, the number of pull requests going down. It's like, does it tell the whole story? No, right? Our recent work demonstrated that some foundation models can be used. Why foundation models now and not large language models? Because we are also using images. So it's more than language models. So what are we doing? This is our current work. We are trying to combine everything as a single big RAG. And we're using different kinds of models to try to understand how we can create a Q&A kind of thing for maintainers to understand. So we are providing metrics. And let's say that we answer like, why did company A stop contributing to my project? Is there anything in the data that can tell me? It's like, is it because like they were getting their pull requests like not reviewed for a long time? Is it because like they are contributing to another project? It's like, is it? I don't know. It's like, why is my pull request number of pull request trend going down? Why is that? It's like, is someone on a break? It's like, should I bring someone with this specific expertise? So things like that. So we are trying to make it as an analyst, not as a dashboard, because not every project can afford a data analyst to check their numbers. And the idea at the end of the day is to detect risks, knowledge gaps, support planning ahead, and giving credits to invisible work, right? There are some things that are there that they are not in the commit list, right? If your name is not like listed as a committer, you didn't work for the project. And this is one big problem that our colleague will talk about more after me. And like, what are the key takeaways from this? Effective onboarding mentorship are foundation to keep our community sustainable. Governance reforms and transparency can revert declines in sustainability and health. LLMs have the potential to support in some cases by scaling up mentorship and helping in onboarding. Burnout and knowledge loss are ongoing threats, and you need community to take care of that. Do not expect someone from outside to tell it. It's like the maintainer will just disappear. AI based on data enables some effective insights. Although we don't have like clear numbers, our preliminary data tells us that it's possible based on historical data. And AI cannot, that's another thing that I found out, AI cannot replace the social side of sustainable projects. It's like, it can help, but it's not the solution for everything. It's like, having something like this is sometimes healthier than having more help to the newcomers, because you bring this glue work to the community. And with that, I conclude. I just want to leave like one prompt for everybody. Other things will be here showing up so you can think about what are your sustainability challenges and how you bring solutions to them. I think this is what we are trying to answer here as a community. Thank you very much.
We have 2 minutes heading into the break. If you were hoping to get that coffee break, go ahead and just excuse yourself, that's fine. Otherwise, let's go for questions.
Yep.
I have to admit, as a tech writer, it was painful to hear that nobody even RTFMs anymore. Any measures of that? How many people actually RTFM in your communities?
That's a good question. Yeah, people do not even use, like, I tried to find like several times RTFM, they don't use that anymore. They say like, it's in the documentation, go find yourself. So there is a new polite way of RTFM.
Read the friendly manual.
Yeah, so I don't have any, but that's a nice thing to do. It's like trying to find like, how is the RTFM trend going? I don't have an answer. I'm sorry.
Is that RAG LLM open source?
Yes. So we use like Cognita. That is a solution, an open source solution. We adapted a little bit to our domain because we wanted to filter out some stuff. It was breaking because we're just feeding the whole code source from Firefox. That is a beast. So we had to somehow put some filters on, but it's open source. Yeah. Cognita, yeah. It's not ours. It just like adapted it. Yep.
What did you give the AI analyst access to? Like, how would it know, for example, well, so such and such maintainer went on a break, or this company, has switched to a different provider, or are those like, is that something that came up in your study, or are those examples of things that this analyst?
These are things that happen, and the analyst can tell you. So we feed them with all the documentation data, but mainly metrics. So chaos, like Don is not here anymore, but chaos was something that we used a lot. So we tried to use as many metrics as we could from chaos. And like our goal is to have like a natural language way to interact with the metrics. So it's like what happened here, and it tries to bring insights based on the data, on the metrics based on the historical data.
And so something like the, well, this maintainer went on a break,
Mhm.
that would be because a user's commits, dropped to nothing, or because like
We put the data from the maintainers as well. So it's like we had all kinds of data points. So maintainer A, when are they committing, when are they talking to people, when are they opening issues. So it knows that there was a break from that person because it could infer from that data. Mm-hmm. Yep.
On the data table governance intervention, you mentioned that there were kind of like outstanding or like engaged issues or created issues of like kind of almost like the issue backlog suggested that there was a reservoir of people trying to get involved but who couldn't get involved.
Yes.
But then later there are also like new contributors joining the project. I guess, to what extent do you think that the kind of reservoir of prospective contributors
Mm-hmm.
helped kickstart the growth seen after the governance versus, if someone has a project that is languishing and doesn't have that reservoir, is governance even helpful for the kind of later stage, like recruitment of new contributors?
I think that played a big role because you have a user base. I think there are two different steps. So this was like funded because it was a phase 2. It was a stable project. So of course, like if you want to bring people in, there's a first stage that is more on the community building side. So you need to go out there, identify who are your potential users, sell it, give them hands-on tutorials, and bring the user base in. So I think if you don't have a user base, it's impossible to have people to contribute. That's my feeling. So that's what I tell my colleagues that do like this eco-informatics things. Like, how do I bring contributors? It's like, do you have people using it? No. So how do you want people to contribute if they're not using? So you need to put some effort and money on trying to bring people to use it first. So the very first step is have a user base. And of course, like we had a bunch of you looked at the bright side, I looked at the dark side. So the number of issues that were there in the reservoir scared out a bunch of potential contributors. So I see that there was potential back there when we have this bunch of issues with 800 days waiting for a solution. These people could be part of the project now. And these people are not coming back. I understand open source as a one chance to get people in. If they are demotivated, they forget about it. They will not come back. So what we are doing now is like trying to captivate these people that are trying to get something done. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much.
go green so the
Okay.
AV people don't run in here filled with concern for us. They're so on it, those folks. All right. Tell us all about how glue work makes the community work.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much again for being here in my talk. My name is Zixuan Feng, and I go by Steve. I'm a senior PhD student in software engineering, advised by Dr. Anita Sama. And I collect data from open source software and analyzing using mixed research method, such as statistical analysis, large language models, to develop and validate theories about software engineering process and outcomes, aiming to answer questions such as how can we empower the distributed teams to develop software more efficiently? How can we use the technology to help software team do more with less? So today, I'm here to present part of my research about the open source glue work. This work is interdisciplinary collaboration across foundations, academia, industry. And first, I would like to thank you to all my collaborators to making this work possible. So, many of you are here for doing advocacy, marketing, public speaking. So you sacrifice your weekends, you sacrifice your evenings, the time with your families, not just because you love it and because it matters to the open source communities. But my question is, how many of you have ever been acknowledged for such kind of works by your community and organizations? Or are they equally acknowledged? So open source brings developers globally to build and maintain large and complex softwares. But its sustainability and success depend far more than feature commits. On the left side is the set of the survey responses that we collected from Apache Software Foundation. So in one of the questions, we ask participants, which of the following tasks did you start with the Apache? And we find that beyond the code contributions, many contributors began with other type of works, such as documentations, decision makings, creating website, event organizations. And on the right side, there is another study from our lab, highlight that 3 pathways through which people grow in open source. So we observed the different trajectories, including non-coding careers, and the transitions from coding to non-coding roles. So, but here, my question is, other than the feature, commits, contributions, what percentage of your OSS work is actually acknowledged by your peers and organizations? This brings us the concept that we use to frame these efforts, glue work. So glue work describe the critical contributions that hold a project together and ensures its health and success. So this includes not only writing and maintaining code, but also marketing, advocacy, quality assurance, event organizations, etc. So this type of contributions are undeniable prevalent in open source, but yet they are often go unrecognized in open source because they are invisible, they are uncompensated, they are inaccessible, or some combination of these 3. So when this glue work remains overlooked, those doing it always being disencouraged, and questions like, why should I keep doing this? When newcomers joining, if they fear of submit code or get judged by code reviewers, so other than the code, what kind of other works they can start with open source? For communities that they care about glue work, or managers, they want to acknowledge glue work, and the lack of clarity on some fundamental questions. So what should we acknowledge? Why should we acknowledge? Where and how should we recognize and acknowledge those? So those challenges then emerge in our critical project functions. So it weakened the overall community infrastructure. Yeah, as the meme on the right said, like people often realize the glue work when it stops working. So PyWorks has shed some light on the fact that glue work is not just a set of extra. GitHub uses the GitHub event stream to list contributors who interact with the repositories. However, these are still limited to the GitHub visible activities. Similarly, the all contributor project that allows contributors to self-nominate their roles, such as designers, documentation writers. But this system relies on self-nomination. And among projects who are using this bot, only 20% barely active on it. So there is no comprehensive study that helps open source to understand, to recognize, to support, to acknowledge it. To fill the gap, we are here to investigate it systematically. We took the perspective of a classic theory from social science called invisible labor theory. So invisible labor refers to the work that is culturally and economically devalued, under-acknowledged, or unrecognized despite its critical role in sustaining the communications and organizations. And they are connected to the open source. So socioculturally, in OSS, the hacker's mentality tended to prioritize the code-centric view of success. So this kind of cultural ideology makes many forms of essential glue work, such as communications, mentoring, or coordinations seems less important, unequally important, or even unneutral. So even maintenance work, like refactoring or dealing with legacy code, is often viewed as less important as the feature commits development. So spatially, many contributions occurs outside of those central and visible platforms, like event organizations, Stack Overflow. So because it happens in less visible or fragmented platforms, projects often can't see the labor. And social legally, OSS communities, they often lack of consistent norms or governance that are or mechanisms for formally recognizing or compensating those non-code contributions. For example, some glue works. So without those structures, glue work is easily excluded from acknowledgement and reward systems. So all of these three lenses guide us to systematically investigate the glue work in open source. So specifically, we then ask three questions. What type of glue work are there? How can they be characterized? What does the glue work leave? How can we track them? And how and where can glue work be acknowledged? So to answer these questions, to answer these three research questions, we conducted a series of empirical studies across different OSS communities, try to establish our findings as generalizable as possible. So we began with a multi-vocal literature review, which means we reviewed not just academic papers, we also reviewed blog posts across 50 OSS blog platforms. And unfortunately, we find very few explicit references, which also underscores the urgency of our study. So, and then we then organized a focus group discussion as OSS Summit last year, and followed by the interviews. And that part aimed us to develop a community-grounded understanding of the glue work, including its types and how people feel about glue work. And building on all of those findings, we then conducted two surveys, one at OSS Summit and another at FOSSY Asia, to validate the types of the glue work. And we had identified and check if there were more glue works that we missed. So once we established that typology of the glue work, we conducted additional in-depth interviews that are focusing especially on how glue work is acknowledged and recognized. So this phase was carried out first within the Microsoft OSS project, such as the VS Code and TypeScript. So with those data, we gain a preliminary understanding of where can we track the glue work and how it can be acknowledged and recognized. However, we were a little bit concerned that those findings might be biased towards the practice because they are from large tech companies. So to address that, we then conducted another triangulation survey within the course communities. Thank you, Lance, for helping us deploy the survey and to validate the channels for tracking and acknowledging glue work in a non-corporate OSS context. And of course, we acknowledge that there is no study can capture everything, and we are here to try to cross-validate our findings as much as possible. With all of those works, which took us over a year, and as a result, we have developed a taxonomic theory of glue work in open source. So this is a high-level version. In total, we have identified 12 types of the glue work across 4 categories: code technical management, mentoring and support, documentations, and community management. So each category linked to a trackable channels, and all type of glue work can be acknowledged and recognized through 3 modes. For example, announcement-based, documentation-based, and communication-based. So let us unpack it dimension by dimensions. First, let us walk through what glue work is and what type of glue work exists in open source. So, the characteristic of the glue work. So glue work is essential for project sustainability, as I've been emphasized many times. All of our participants constantly emphasize that glue work is a fundamental to keep project alive, to sustain the term momentum, and to ensure the long-term success. So even though these contributions are crucial for community building and project health, they frequently receive little to no acknowledgement. People say no one values glue work contributions. So what we want to do was to give invisible work more structured language. So as we mentioned, we have identified 12 glue works and organized them into 4 themes, as I mentioned earlier. And I understand the text is small, but we have put our findings in a temporary random web page. I will explain it why it's on a random web page. If you are interested, I will explain the URL in a short. So let us walk through this academic version of the taxonomy. So we can use the mentoring as an example. So this type of glue work involves providing guidance to peers through suggestions, recommendations, and support. So for instance, onboarding newcomers through mentoring programs. So this taxonomy also provided evidence that have been used for triangulation. For example, if they have been mentioned by academic literatures, whether it has been mentioned by blog post literatures, whether mentioned by our focus group discussions, our interviewed, and the responses of our survey validations. And this is academic versions, and just want to highlight the validity of our work, and more user-friendly is available if you scan this QR code for easier reading. So after understanding all of the types of glue work, I would like to briefly introduce the contributors' experiences and the impact of the glue work. So since we don't have time to go all of those in details, because as many of you are here for giving talks, for outreach, for doing marketings, already excellent examples of the glue workers. So glue workers promotes community engagement by helping contributors feel connected and valued. GlueWorks sustains productivities, accelerating progresses, and support long-term project success. And GlueWork also fosters inclusivity, welcoming contributors regardless their technical background, and creating a collaborative and supportive environment. And finally, it also supports personal growth, enabling contributors to gain new skills and advance their careers. one of the interesting findings here that in one of the survey that we conducted at Open Source Summit, in addition to understand what type of glue work they exist, we also ask participants to help us to answer which type of glue work that they think has the most positive impact on the project sustainability. And mentoring received the highest number of the votes. The reason why you see they are the highest vote is only 20% because we only allow one option. So, and let us continue use the mentoring as a representative lens to take a close look how it shapes contributors' experiences in depth. So, we find that mentoring promotes community engagement. For example, mentors feel emotional, rewarded for seeing mentees grow, and 18% of the mentees in the Google Summer of Code later become mentors themselves at Google Summer of Code. So, and our findings also highlight that how mentoring sustains the productivity and project success by enhancing teamwork and inclusivity, while fostering the personal growth by helping mentors and mentees gain confidence and career opportunities. So, by the way, this work is regarding the mentoring has been published, and which is a guidance of the mentoring in open source. It listed the characteristics, it listed the challenges, impact, and strategies of the mentoring in open source, just in case you are interested. Yes, so let's go back to our taxonomy. So otherwise I can talk mentoring about whole day. To now we have learned that what is the glue work and what are type of glue work are there. But now let us jump because they are so important. We need to sustain them. So we need to understand where to track and how to acknowledge them. So on the right is the taxonomy for tracking and acknowledging different forms of the glue work. For each type, we have listed the channels, and we have identified for recognizing and acknowledgement. It's quite small, and it's just showing that we have the proof, we have the evidence that this channels exists. People are using it, but if you're interested, the QR code is listed more user-friendly web page. And yeah, let's continue using mentoring as an example to walk through this taxonomy. So on the left side, the taxonomy provide the channels in tracking mentoring, such as on the left side. So this side is about tracking, and this side is about acknowledging. Sorry, it's kind of small. The tracking, for example, including the pull requests, and on the right side, it mentioned where it can be acknowledged, such as the public acknowledgement on the LinkedIn or Slack channels. And one type of glue work which has two rows, and the first row indicated that the channels channels for tracking and acknowledging have been validated through at least 3 resources. For example, including our interviews, focus group discussions, and plus the survey validations, while the white rows only mentioned by 2 data resources. So at this point, I have finished my introduction of the taxonomy theory of the glue work in open source. And we could help in clarifying the spectrum of the contribution and enhancing the visibility of the variability roles and the contributions of open source, and guiding the contribution pathways and facilitating recognitions and reward. So moreover, such taxonomy can promote inclusivity and diversity and support product sustainability. The taxonomy gives us a structured way to talk about the glue work. That's valuable, but especially for researchers like us, we can build on it. But let's be honest, taxonomic alone doesn't always translate well in the real life practice. We have heard this from the community too, like people don't need another abstract model, and they need something actionable. So as a researchers here, we are not just here to unravel the pain, to give you a theoretical taxonomy. We are here for engineering the solutions. So to bridge the gap between the academic understanding and practical impact. So our goal is to help community do something with our knowledge, with this knowledge, to track glue work, to acknowledge it. So we were wondering, are there any ways that we could automate the process for tracking and acknowledging it? So because we are not here for throwing another task to maintainers and managers, hey, here's the list, you should do it. Find out how people are doing it and acknowledge it. That's impossible. And we take, so while we were testing the automations, we take one example. We first take one example for doing the test. We'll continue to use the mentoring because I really love the mentoring and they are very important. We use the mentoring for the first testing, and if we could use the machine learning to track the mentoring. So the reason we use the mentoring because it has been really most important. And we also find that tracking the mentoring is not that easy, for example, compared to documentations. So mentoring USS can take many forms, from the formal, like the code day, or informals. And for a lot of projects who does not have the access to the mentoring programs, the mentoring happens during the routine development activities, for example, the pull requests. Here we then define such mentoring as called implicit mentoring. So this work called implicit mentoring have been published that, and if you are interested, you can scan the QR code. And the small table here shows how we define the implicit mentoring in the PR comments. So in order to showing that how can we use the machine learning to track this implicit mentoring, we first conducted data mining over 100,000 pull requests, which contains 800,000 comments across 37 Apache projects. And then we manually, based on the table you saw, we manually labeled 385 random instances as our ground truth data for our machine learning training. And we then use we trained in total 5 machine learning models. We find out that the random forest performs the best overall. The red side shows the performance table and the confusion matrix of our random forest machine learning models. So on the left, it shows the results after we applied our machine learning models to the Apache pull request comments data set. We find that among those over 800,000 pull requests comments, 27% of the pull requests included at least one implicit mentoring comment, with over 63% of PR comment authors acting as implicit mentors. So this shows that implicit mentoring is widespread in OSS interactions. And on the right, we go back again to survey the Apache contributors to cross-validate the statistical findings from actual human contributors. Over 92% of the respondents agreed that our definition and the channels we use to identify implicit mentoring. So building on our identified implicit mentoring PR comments, we conducted a series of statistical analysis and static code analysis in order to understand the impact of the implicit mentoring. So this step was another way to validate that if earlier we mentioned about the impact of the glue work, if you remember this, or whether it happens for forestry engagement, project success, or whether related to the project personal growth. So what we find from static code analysis is that implicit mentoring reduced the need for formal guidance and enable contributors who receive the mentoring support to submit a more complex and central code contribution to the database. And for the mentors, we find that implicit mentoring actually helped increase their productivity and shaping their technical skills. Then our survey also indicated that 82% says implicit mentoring improved their technical skills, and 86% report their improvements in leadership skills. And mentors also benefit, including career growth, confidence, and social skill gains. So all of those were just one of the test case that we used the implicit mentoring as a proof of concept to demonstrate that the viability and applicability of automating, of tracking the glue work and acknowledge it. Now we need a comprehensive solution. So let me introduce the tool we are developing right now, which is LLM-powered innovation with a multi-agent design to recognize and acknowledge the glue work. So we don't have that much time to cover all the technical details about the bot here, but let me walk you through a user scenario to illustrate how it works. So meet Alex. She's a community manager for open source project. And Alex realized that glue work often go unnoticed, but she's overwhelmed with a lot of maintenance work and doesn't have time to manage the glue work. And a colleague recommended the glue work tracker to Alex, so Alex installed it in her project CI pipelines. And she began by configuring it, selecting the type of glue work that is relevant to her project, and uploading the necessary artifacts. Once set up, the tracker runs automated analysis, scanning these artifacts to detect the incidences of the glue work. So when complete, it generates a pull request with two files. One is called contributor list.md, which lists the contributors involved in the glue work, and another is gluework report.md, which details and quantifies their contributions. So Alex reviewed the pull request and approved it and merged the file into the project documentations. So from then on, the gluework tracker automatically reruns every week and updating the reports. So this tool is still under the development. We have not finished that yet. I just want to make a claim here. So this is just one of the millions of the ways. I understand we are using the AI to recognize and acknowledge it, but between acknowledgement and unrecognized, and also burnout maintainers, burnout community managers, AI is kind of the trade-off that we think we have found. Yeah, so quick say, so glue work is a quick summary. Glue work is essential, but often invisible. And OS sustainability depends on the contributions beyond the feature code. For example, mentoring, documentations, community engagement, and more. And we have developed a theory taxonomy that identified 12 types of glue work across 4 categories. And we also offered practical pathways to trace and acknowledge of the glue work. Yeah, and we are developing the bot to automating the process. Yeah, and thank you very much again for your attention and engagement. As a wrap up, we are actually looking for the collaborators. So on the left, our goal is to make the findings from the glue work research not just academically useful. We don't want it to stay on the academic papers. We want to let it become actionable and visible to open source communities. So right now, our taxonomy and supporting resources are temporarily held on a random website because of the anonymization restrictions of the journal. So we can't publish anything relevant to our personal GitHub or anything. But in the future, if we are looking for OS communities who are interested in embedding this framework into their project website, so that not stay on just on my personal website. And another thing is on the right, we are developing this multi-agent bot system, helping to automate the glue work recognitions. The system is currently under the development. We are looking for the open source projects interested in piloting and testing it in the real world settings. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Steve, you did an excellent job staying on time. We've got 15 minutes for questions before the break, so let's have it.
Yes, please.
You spoke a lot about recognizing the work of mentors. Does that show up in any sort of statistics that you've created, or?
Yes, you mean the recognize the glue work
Yes.
of the mentors, the mentoring glue work?
Mentors
Yes,
especially.
yes. So let me show you. Sorry, the text is kind of small. So if we recall, so we trained the machine learning models to identify the mentoring instances happening in the pull request comments. So when people give the suggestions, comments, not just reject the pull request or saying looks good to me, giving like extra suggestions and willing to spend more time to educate the newcomers or peers. We call this implicit mentoring. Our machine learning models actually find that, 1 second. So on the, 1 second. Yes. I don't know where oh yes, here, yes. Yeah, our machine learning models, we find that there are 27% of the pull request contain such implicit mentoring comments. Yeah, people and implicit mentoring comments are very prevalent. And this is just a statistical data. In order to cross-validate and make the data more trustworthy, we went back to the Apache developers and let them to help us confirm if they actually did it, or if they agree with the definition of the implicit mentoring. And yeah, over 90% of them agree with definition of the implicit mentoring, and like 80% of them saying they have received such implicit mentoring, and over 70% of them saying they have given such implicit mentoring to their peers. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
You're the boss. So you're the professor now. You call up a student. You do this.
Okay. I'll start with the closest to mine.
Wondering if you got any demographic breakdowns from your respondents, gender orientation, any of that, to, was there a diverse population in the surveyed people, or was it all concentrated in a couple of different classes?
You mean there are multiple surveys in our studies. We try to balance that as much as possible. That's why in order to identify the type of the I'm jumping. In order to identify the types of glue works, we are not just trying to get as many as possible. We try to cross as many communities as possible in order to if we can make our findings as generalized as possible. Yeah. And our gender distributions are, I think it stays as among women is like 8%, women and women and the gender minorities are 8% versus 92% are men. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you have some questions? Yeah.
So, in the benefits, like, people being like, 80% of people, like, reported, like, benefits of being implicitly mentored, or
Oh, yeah.
implicitly mentoring, like, are these self-reports, like, they're just like, oh yeah, I feel better about this, or did you, like, were you able to find, like, statistically, like,
Yes.
you generally go on?
Yes, I did both.
Okay.
In order to make my data strong. So first, we did a static code analysis. We analyzed those people who have submitted implicit mentoring comments or who received the implicit mentoring, the comments. From the mentee side, we find that there is a mentoring ratio decreased over time. So as a newcomer, you're joining, you receive the more mentoring comments, and as the at the time longer you are involved, the less mentoring comments you received, and we also find that the more comments, implicit mentoring comments you received, and the more line of code you contributors, plus the code centric is more like and the code is with higher complexity and more centric to the code to the code base. And this is a statistical data, and then we then also validated the people saying, oh, the implicit mentoring literally sharpened our technical skills, help us grow, and also including also they are saying the implicit mentoring expanded their collaboration networks. Yes, please.
I was curious, since the focus of this research seems to be on the community kind of accrediting or giving proper credit,
Right.
and this kind of production focus on like, hey, here's these people doing this labor that's unaccounted for. Have you done any research on like the flip side of like companies or researchers trying to find out like, hey, here's the value of this labor? Because I've heard definitely last year a decent number of talks on software bill of materials, and it seems like this is also kind of adjacent for it, where there is hopefully some form of non-market way to show the value of this labor and this effort,
Right.
in like some quantifiable measures.
Yes, that's our next. That's our future work. So basically, because nobody have done that before, there's no empirical findings to investigate the impact of such works to the project health. There is no matrix for evaluating that. So our first goal is just to understand what type are they. If we can track them, then we can do the empirical studies to analyze it. For example, relationship between the impact and versus the project health, different governance models. Yeah.
I'd also be curious if there's like any kind of non-market valuation that you would lean towards when trying to do that kind of research, because I've had this come up in like an environmental economics course, and all of the ways that I recall doing this kind of that people go about this is like, oh, hey, there's like a park that's so many miles away, and then you can measure the time cost and see how much people value these public resources. And for like technology, it seems a lot more difficult because there's like this acquisition of human capital that you could probably try and evaluate as a time cost. But some parts of it are very costless.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, we need to talk about more about that. Thank you. Yes, please.
I might have missed this, but can you give some more examples of what implicit mentoring is?
Oh, yes.
So it's hard to see back here.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, like as somebody who's maybe new to an open source community, how they might ask for implicit mentor. Like, do you get any insight into how you might like solicit implicit mentoring?
How to? Yeah. So in order to how to ask questions, like you mean how to get the implicit mentoring comments?
Yeah, like I know that like with any insight into that.
Yeah. So first of all, let me introduce the mentoring. The definition of the mentoring that we define is a form of informal mentoring that occurs in everyday development, such as the code reviews, maybe also the issue reviews, and where the mentors provide explanations when providing suggestions, instructions, and a mechanism to address the error. So that means the explanation is the most important key part here. It's not just saying, hey, you are doing wrong, and we rejected your pull request, but giving the explanations why it's wrong, are there any resources you need to go, and how to fix it, giving the guidance. This is what we call implicit mentoring. And in the pull request, at least the sample here, it's kind of small, but if you scan this QR code, the paper has that examples. There are some examples for listing whether a pull request is giving the suggestions or giving the instructions on how to address an error, and versus it's just LGTM, right? Yeah.
And so as a participant in an open source community, how would you recommend soliciting implicit mentorship?
Right. Professor Igor, he has a paper about how to ask questions. There's a template for newcomers for listing like how can you ask for help or newcomers when you submit a pull request. I will find the paper and send to you. Yes, please.
Do these implicit mentors, do they even know that they're providing mentoring? Do you know if that's the case, or like is that something they've recognized they're doing?
Yes, that's the thing. I think we never ask these questions, but most of them are just that they love the community, they love to help each others. They don't know they are doing it. No, actually no. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I know you've done some work in the past about like what people are looking for in mentors,
Yeah.
and what they want in the mentoring relationships, and I wonder if these people recognize.
No, even like they don't. That's why we are saying like we need to acknowledge them to sustain this activity.
I wonder if you see these projects start to acknowledge it, I wonder if that means people are going to want to do more of this mentoring.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very cool.
Matt.
Yeah, when we were talking about the like in progress tooling to help acknowledge, you mentioned that there's this like kind of trade off, right? You don't like add something to a maintainer's plate or like another to do item.
Right.
I guess did you like in the kind of validation or in like the conversations you've had, has the trade off of saying like, hey, we're gonna implement a tool to do a lot of or like kind of automate a lot of this acknowledgement versus the maybe most like human meaningful thing of just having the maintainer recommend
Right.
it. Like, do contributors or maintainers have any thoughts or feelings on like that trade-off?
Yeah, I really like. Yeah, I really like that questions. So, in my 5-year PhD student career, I developed the 2 tools for open source, 2 dashboards. One is for diagnosing the state of the diversity, and we collaborated with Apache for that dashboard for evaluating Apache product state of diversity. And the other tool we developed is I present that talk in the first FOSSY to predict the contributors who is going to leave the project, so that maintainers or managers know, oh, this part of area may need help. I need to recruit more people. But those two are already like give you very like actionable strategies. You need to do something. And in addition to like, that's actually is adding more works to maintainers and managers. They are already super overloaded and they don't have time for another tool. And that's why in the very first time I mentioned that there is a tool called All Contributor Bot. You can anonymate yourself. You are document writers or you are designers. And all maintainer need to do is they need to approve the pull request, but they have to validate it. So even with this easy work, they don't have time. They are really overloaded. That's why I'm thinking like I should do a thing that is just like they only need to make action one time. Just they install it, that's it. If like they test it out for first a couple of weeks and ensure that LLM is actually doing it, and then they can just they don't need to go back to work on it. That's my goal.
All right. Well, thanks, Steve, again.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, sorry, I have one more thing. Sorry about that. I need your help. Sorry. So, I'm asking a favor for this beautiful community to help me do one of my studies. So, do you hate AI? Do you love AI? I'm investigating the impact of the AI on a software development activity. This is a 5-minute survey. Please help our poor PhD student. Thank you.
So we're up against the long break now. Come on back at 4:30. We'll have Tess Gadwa talking about adapting the Agile framework to open source. And then I'll be talking about some bad things about generative AI at 5:30. If you can stand to talk about AI at 5:30 or Agile at 4:30, I hope you'll rejoin us after your lunch. plug this in.
Okay.
Green button, take it away, Tess.
Hello, welcome everybody thank you for being here. And we're gonna talk about decentralized project management and have just like this vague tie-in to Agile Scrum. And am I close enough to the microphone? Would you say? Help me. Thank you.
You got it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I don't want there to be feedback. I don't want to be like I'm tall. I don't want to be like hunched over. But anyway, okay, so here we are, August 2nd, and a few jokes to get us started. So this is not your average female founder. This is also not me. I'm 48 years old. This, by the way, is a generated image from a company called Midjourney. I think they're underutilized. I like them. I just renewed my subscription using my corporate card. It cost not an exorbitant amount. That's a good thing. So this is definitely not me. This is my company, lotusinsight.co. Don't confuse me with my company. Companies typically have more than one shareholder. This is the case with mine. Companies can also change hands rather quickly. I'm speaking here as me. I'm speaking with my values. I'm speaking with whatever insight and passion and intelligence I can share. But I will goof, I will make mistakes, and let's continue. This is what Portland, lovely city, I'm a local if not a native, what it might look like in a few years. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows which side the AI cyborgs will be on. I love AI, I'm fascinated by AI. Not all programmers are comfortable with it. I'm also trying to start a forum on GitHub to discuss AI. It may be an interesting laboratory for the methodology we're going to discuss in more detail coming up next. But enough science fiction. We're here to talk about Agile Scrum. Specifically, we're here to talk about Agile Scrum for open source community projects. I have never played rugby, but I do think there's a connection to Australia buried somewhere in here. Hard to say, like, I'm not an expert. I don't have a certification in Agile Scrum. I only learned about this methodology, actually, Scrum, from my Scrum Master at Daimler just a few weeks, I think maybe 2.5 weeks before our team was dissolved in 2020 due to COVID. So everything that was put together for the case study we're going to discuss, it was learned on the fly. We didn't have the luxury of certainty. We didn't have the luxury of a lot of time or a lot of training. We just did the best that we could and deployed some techniques. I consider this a very effective methodology. I also like the concept of the 7 habits of highly effective people. I have not read that book, though, or not much of it. Effective has different definitions for different people. I'm going to go very deep and very personal here and say that not too long ago, I was unemployed and just the chance to work on any project. Money, not important. Anything at all, meant the world. There are people who are in that situation. There are also people who are incredibly overcommitted, and this is me, by the way, like on a Tuesday, any given Sunday, Thursday, like this is typically also like a part of my universe. There are people who are overcommitted and cannot volunteer or be present for every project where they're in demand or every meeting. So within those two poles, not in opposition, we have something which is an emerging way to get stuff done. And community projects can be anything. We hope they are good. We hope they are good for the world, for the environment, for ecology, for other people, for ourselves. We hope that many of them are monetizable and pay fair and equitable wages to all contributors. Does this sound like open source as we know it yet? Maybe, maybe not. I like the idea of paying maintainers. I'm passionate about just having spaces be open to all contributors. And ideally, open means open, and you know, gatekeepers, social barriers, enough about that. In general, like, I try to be a positive person, but if you're trying out these techniques, this is only a starting point. Further testing is required. Results may vary. I would tell you to read the fine print at this point, but there is no fine print because this is a PowerPoint presentation. Yes, I know. Many programmers hate Agile Scrum. They hate it. They hate it with a passion. Why? Why? I don't know. Can seem very corporate. Also, it's a bit of a treadmill. You can feel like you're always being called into meetings or stand-ups, as they say, and that it's just a waste of time and it's taking away from time that you could use to code or like catch up. I get that. This is a modified and simplified variant. And the term stand-up, it's good for comedy. It's not essential to doing Scrum, in my view. And if you're a certified Scrum Master and you dispute that, well, we can schedule a duel at a different time. But oh no, never mind about dueling. No. What it's really all about is decentralized project management. What would this look like? This is one vision that Midjourney, their AI, came up with. It's just one of several. Here's some other variants, but none of these are software yet. Some people might be confused into thinking they're actually a design. Maybe you could call them a comp. This is designer lingo. I'm a graphic designer who also can code. And immediately, like, I've lost respect in the eyes of like almost everyone in this room. I don't see any other designers. I don't see the ghost of Steve Jobs here. Am I getting his name right? Jobs. I'm part of that weird subset of a generation where we consume more information by reading than by listening to our elders, our loved ones, our friends, or the television. So design thinking, very important. A lot of programmers may dismiss us, but they should not, because it's hard work, and you know, we cannot do it for a lifetime. You get repetitive strain injury at a certain point. Hello, Pfizer. Not holding them responsible, at least not legally. But it's just really important to say that there actually are more than two roles in any successful project, be it a community project, be it something that has nothing at all to do with software, be it something that's all about technology. There are always more than two functional specialties. GitHub is a great tool for programmers. And is GitHub a platform? Of course. Let's go back to this phrase I put out here, decentralized project management. What would it look like? Does it require a platform? And what exactly is a platform? We don't have a dedicated platform yet for Agile Scrum. I'm sure there are people who try to pitch this every year. And, you know, I don't know what's stopping them from getting that trademark, but I'm sure there will be one soon. Or maybe not. What we're talking about here is simpler than that. What we're talking about are community projects with a decentralized structure. By the way, cryptocurrency could figure into compensation, but it's not a panacea. It doesn't solve, it's not a cure-all. It doesn't solve all problems. we assume that even though we don't have a dedicated platform yet, eventually one will be built. By whom? By us, perhaps aided by AI, and but certainly by more than the people in this room, and more than the people who may see this talk at some point, if in fact it streams. We don't have a dedicated platform yet, but we assume that eventually one will be built. In the meantime, we have Jira. My boss at Pfizer pronounced it Jira. We have GitHub. We have Figma. And we have Element from matrix.org. But you could also use something else. I unofficially endorse the above platforms, very, very unofficially. Some I haven't used in a few weeks or months. Trello, by the way, which is what we used for givingmap.org, the case study project, Trello got acquired. Good for them. A few people may know this. We need something like a legal framework to facilitate working within the structure of nonprofits and also within the structure of real life security threats, situation where people's personal information could be compromised. People in general think that the virtual world is safer than the physical world. Another way to put it is, if you're trying to build a house and you're a group of volunteers, they're going to be very careful about what roles people take on early on. Even if you're sorting food at a food bank, if you're trying to figure out which potatoes are rotten and moldy and which ones are still good enough to give to other humans, you're going to be asked to wear a vest. You're going to be asked to go through a sign-up process. Probably you're going to scan your ID, and you're going to be kept track of during that time that you're doing that community service. That's a step that makes a lot of sense in the physical world for nonprofits, but it also can slow down contributions, it can slow down participation, and it can keep away maybe a few volunteers. In terms of how to do decentralized project management, safety is incredibly important. So is thinking about the real world structures of 501c3s. They're not magic. They serve a really important public function. They're a part of our tax system, essentially. And they have board members who could be, in theory, liable for mistakes that almost anyone connected with that organization makes. So 501c3, there are larger issues here than just Agile Scrum or decentralized project management or anything really. We need a legal framework. My reach goal, and yeah, it is a reach goal, is to go to law school in my late 40s or early 50s. Like I said, I'm 48 years old. It's an advanced age to even think about taking the LSAT. But somebody's got to do this work. However, even in the best case scenario, it's more than a one-person job. And licensure is certainly part of the equation. It's a very important part of the equation. We could not have built givingmap.org without leaflet.js, without open source software, but licensure is only one part of the legal equation for making nonprofit work not only fun and safe, but equitable. And by that, I mean also staff, in particular executive directors, part-time staff, positions that are primarily usually but not always filled by women. So if that sounds like a rant, I'm sorry. It's not a rant, it's just like reality. Anyway, Element, matrix.org, serious cool. Matrix.org, by the way, little or nothing to do with the movie. I also like the movie. Not everyone may like the movie. Christians may not be comfortable, for instance, with like people in like tight, black, shiny outfits. Oh well. Oh well. you know, we are who we are. We make our own choices. Don't assume too much about what any one person believes unless you have a chance to talk to them. Him, her, whatever pronouns people choose. Like, just take time to talk to that person about what they believe. Don't assume anything. And assuming makes an ass out of you and me. And by the way, that was a joke that I heard at church. The church in my hometown, which Cheshire, Connecticut, also had a lot of state prisons. The church, which was not a prison, it was an Episcopal church, St. Peter's Episcopal Church. That, by the way, was a shout out. I'll try to keep these to a minimum and not go on too many tangents. Okay. So, Agile Scrum, I would argue you could even use this methodology without any software whatsoever. But what do I know? I'm not certified. Decentralized project management without Agile Scrum, that, on the other hand, we have to emphasize techniques, not toolset. This presentation doesn't contain step-by-step tutorials. I'm sorry about that. In part, this is because I have severe RSI, and generating these materials makes my injury worse. It is physically painful for me. It is physically painful for me even with like 1 or 2 ibuprofen. You don't want to take more than that, like not for several hours. But you can alternate ibuprofen with Tylenol. That's medical advice. That's as much medical advice as I'm going to give today. Don't take too much in the way of ibuprofen or Advil. But know that repetitive strain injury, RSI, these are the same things. It's a pain point. Literally, physically, it is what it is. In an ideal world, I would have like this great presentation, and it would be all about this, you know, beautiful farm commune and like all of the steps that people were taking and using to like create the marketing team and the production team and the IT team and like delegating and okay, who has what roles, and you know, getting down to like who's going to plant the corn, who's going to plant the beans, things of that nature. I would love to just be able to drag and drop, show people a presentation, a demo of that sort. Somebody else could do that. AI also probably could do things of that nature. But essentially, you just need to have a moderator and a regular meeting at a preset time. That's my definition of how Agile and Scrum, as methodologies, sometimes coordinated, occasionally set in opposition, that is my definition of how Agile Scrum applies to decentralized project management. You need a regular meeting at a preset time, and you need a moderator. Having a moderator, so important. Why is having a moderator important? Having a moderator is important because it frees up everyone else. You don't want probably your project manager, you don't want the person who's the team lead to be the moderator. If they are, and by the way, I was both. I was the director of Giving Map. I had to step back. Like I couldn't, you definitely didn't want your planning or your important strategic decisions to happen during those preset meetings. And again, you could have them every day, every morning, every afternoon. You could have them once a week, alternately, once a month. Probably they should happen at least at regular intervals. The important thing is that people know about them and that people can show up and that people can make the choice of whether to show up or not. This is not mandatory community service. This is not make work either. There are real expectations connected with being part of these projects. And that was very much the case with our phenomenal team at Giving Map. And I'm so sorry, by the way, that I cannot thank by name everyone who was involved in that project or made it possible, because it would just be too long a list. I would leave somebody out. I have a terrible memory. Better than Ronald Reagan's, but he's dead. We can let him off the hook for a few things. Hopefully he went to heaven. Hopefully heaven is real. Okay, enough of a tangent. But like back to reality. it's just very, very essential not to overload one person with all the responsibility on a project. Having a Scrum Master who, AKA moderator, who's separate from the administrative lead or leads, and oftentimes you have co-directors on projects, you may have partners who may not know each other well. Nonprofit culture, quite different from corporate culture. Artists are always an unknown. We are free radicals. Well, most of us are free, but enough about that. Artists, independent thinkers, independent self-taught coders, just any one person, you cannot generalize about how they're going to react in a group setting. So that's why having a moderator, it helps a lot. And yeah, there can be smaller breakout meetings to just figure out what actually needs to get done, to delegate tasks. But essentially the day-to-day of your community project that's using a decentralized project management base of information that's using this methodology, it should look something like this. Like you gather virtually or physically on a conference and you go around and you call on people in a different order. It can be random, it can be preset. You do want to do your absolute best to try to call on everyone there during the meeting. If you get 100 people at your meeting and you have 15 minutes, hooray, you win a trophy. I'm not responsible for providing those trophies, but maybe I could design a badge or two. Oh shit, hand. Sorry about my language. I really didn't mean to cuss, but I do that sometimes. But anyway, just very important to let people know. It's just great to make everyone feel included. It's even better for everyone to be included. That's when stuff gets done. Conflict is a reality. There are differences between how all genders handle and manage conflict. I have been part of projects back in Massachusetts, and they don't call Massachusetts people, by the way, massholes for nothing. I've been part of projects, 2 of them several years ago, years apart, and several years ago, where people almost literally came to blows. And you know, I wasn't one of those people. Like sometimes like personality conflicts do happen, especially between guys. But you know, again, I think it's dangerous to generalize too much based on gender. I will also say that having a moderator is a tough job. Remembering just everyone's name, the order in which you call on people, remembering how to pronounce people's names, correct honorifics, not getting people mixed up with each other, even if they look similar, even if they're identical twins, remembering not to say things like you people or y'all, which might be offensive to somebody in that room. These are not easy tasks. There's training available for that. I'm aware of this. But you know, hats off to amateurs, hats off to anybody who wants, with a sincere and beneficial interest, to be involved in their community. Other things to be aware of: regular meeting at preset times. If you're doing projects that span multiple continents, it can be difficult for all people to gather at the same time. Just be aware of that when you're reaching out to people in the EU, certainly in Asia, probably also in South or Central America or Africa. And Australia, well, Australia is great. I think they gave us some of the concepts that later were codified into this thing called Agile Scrum. I heard that once at a conference I attended in Massachusetts. So some other language that you, if you're an impatient person, may be wondering why I'm not getting to: sprints, backlog, burn down list. Why is she not talking about the burn down list? How can we not have gotten to that? Like, they're already checking their lists. Like, this is a complete failure as an explanation of what either Agile or Scrum is. All that I can say is these are very real elements of this extremely effective methodology, but also be careful what terminology you use in community projects. Since outside the world of software, not everyone may understand your terminology. And some people may be confused or frightened if you use too much, or they may think sprinting actually means running, especially if they've ever gone out for cross country or been in a race. You never know. These are about projects where, you know, we're taking it to the streets. Like, you can actually, in theory, involve people who are not from your same neighborhood, who didn't maybe go to college. This could happen. I have an idea, by the way, of a Portland-based nonprofit. I have reached out to them in person. I did this yesterday. That would be great as, shall we say, a guinea pig, you know, a test subject for a methodology like vaguely resembling this. It's in the St. John's neighborhood. They run a food pantry. Enough said. Anyone wants to take that on, you know, it'll never, well, I won't never say never. Anyone wants to take that on, like, they can talk to me, or they can, like, find their own food pantry wherever they are, whatever state of the union, whatever galaxy we're in. There will always be a need to help hungry people find food. Claude and I, this, by the way, is a nod to Anthropic.com. Their product, the Claude AI, talked about food insecurity. Claude did not disagree with me that it was the #1 problem, the #1 threat to humanity's continued existence. So I should stop for a moment and just ask how many people in this room are familiar with Agile Scrum? Great, great, fantastic. Thank you for being patient. Some benefits when you take the Agile Scrum methodology and you apply it to free and open source software projects, to community software projects, whether in collaboration with an established nonprofit or not. These can also, by the way, be startup projects. We hope some of them will succeed. Some benefits: inclusivity. It's a really, really appealing and effective methodology to accommodate people with disabilities. People for whom it may be challenging to attend a bunch of different meetings, show up. You can scale back or you can scale up, and if you show up at that preset time, you're still part of the project. And that can mean a lot to some of us. Other benefits, and I can tell you this personally from Giving Map, just a great way to accommodate a mix of paid staff and volunteers. And for that matter, outreach to the academic community, from the academic community, projects which include students, which include interns, externs, summer associates, people of different ages. It's just a great way to just include people without there having to be a lot of hierarchy. And it's funny because the person who taught me Scrum at Daimler, he described it as being basically revolutionary, like not incendiary, but something that was just extremely powerful and, you know, against hierarchy in many ways. I'm going to stop here and just say that I do think age restrictions and having some kind of differentiation between people who are legally of the age of majority, that's 18 in the United States or under, does make sense really for any project where there's a remote safety concern, or for any project where financial compensation is involved. So, you know, I don't know, that's one of the things that a legal framework would be great to address and consider. But I mean, you could use this methodology for picking stocks. You could do a lot of things, and you could have like community forums for picking stocks. And there are some on Reddit, there are some I hear on Discord. Long ago, there was this place called Twitter, then it became X. Never mind about that. But another really essential part of running a project well in the community is building morale, getting people to be excited to be there, not just phoning it in, but just, you know, having experiences that are both positive and memorable. Giving Map, well, let me tell you about January 6th. We got to watch those events unfold live during one of our scheduled meetings. Like, we were just all there to talk about the project, how it was going, early 2021. Then I checked the news and I'm like, okay, we're just gonna cut, you know, straight to the news. And we all stayed on the call, you know, college students, grown-ups, and just like watched it happen. OMG. So for me, that felt like history in the making. I've reached out to many of the people involved in that project, and you know, I'm relieved that I've heard back also from some of them. I think participation, it's just healthy. It's real. I think also that Agile Scrum as a starting point may help reduce the frequency of turf wars, and that's not a gang reference, by the way. Don't accuse moi of having gang ties. But politics on every level, and sometimes they're not overt, sometimes they're covert, politics really are a thorn in the side of, you know, any organization that maybe scales past 15 or 20 people. That's where I maxed out. That's as many people as I've ever managed. Politics, you know, they can be an issue in villages. They're certainly an issue in cities, territories, regions, nation states. And politics, you know, you want to create ways for people to laterally be able to connect with each other after the meeting is done. That's the main purpose of Agile Scrum, is giving everybody enough information that we can all stay on the same page. And if you're working on actually implementing a new color button, and you want to make sure you're using the exact right hex code and not just one that looks sort of like that hex code, but you also want to make sure that everything is ADA compliant and that, you know, you're not pissing off anyone who is colorblind, who might be your boss or your team member, or might be somebody that you are trying to hire in a few years, or who is trying to hire you. You want to be able to communicate without having to go through 2 or 3 different managers and get approval to actually contact that person. It's a starting point, but of course people are very careful about sharing contact information, how to create this type of project and have a central person who can get people in touch via contact. GitHub, I think, you know, any platform in the world has its flaws and has its strengths. The most important, I think, quality of a successful methodology for decentralized project management, whatever it is, whatever you're doing, you need to check regularly. Our biggest mistake with Giving Map was having email addresses set up that were not regularly checked. We had the CEO of Tableau reach out to us after our campaign went viral. That was in December of 2020, I'm sorry. We also had a news station in the Bay Area reach out to us from the same campaign. And by the way, just a video that went viral on Twitter and on Facebook, a COVID awareness video. That's all it was. And we had help from an influencer who we did not pay. That's cool when it happens. Such a huge opportunity to have taken this project further. But you know what? I didn't see those emails because they went straight into a forgotten, neglected folder in a WordPress directory structure until about 2 months later, and by then the moment had passed. So just real-world advice for anybody involved in nonprofits or projects of any sort that they want to be successful. Test out your contact channels, make sure they work. It's difficult, it takes a lot of time to do it right, it can be overkill. And if you're having trouble getting through to people on your project and you consider them essential to the project, talk either to the Scrum Master or talk to whoever's in charge, whoever you know best, bump it up, make sure that people that you're depending on don't suddenly disappear. And again, none of this is a cure-all. But I've seen nonprofits with conflict. I've seen private companies with conflict. I've also seen conflicts get resolved, and I've seen beautiful things come out of collaboration. That's the world I believe in. And so this can be an alternative to the benevolent dictator model. It can also be just sort of a sub-tier of the benevolent dictator model. You can test out this methodology. If you do so, you don't need to talk to me directly, but I'd be interested in how it works out. You can get more done than with hackathons. Hackathons almost always are projects of limited duration, maybe a day long, maybe a week, if you're very lucky, a month. Nonprofits really need to feel secure about work that they're putting time and resources in. They need to feel not abandoned. So Agile Scrum as a methodology, when working in connection with software at any budgetary scale, it could be really, really good for nonprofits. And yeah, there are ways to monetize this for larger entrants into the field. That's not what I think is most important. I'm never going to be all about monetization or money. Capitalism, it's a reality that we live with. What else? A lot of tech workers, even now, are maybe for the first time in their life having a hard time finding a job. This is a very new and uncomfortable feeling for many of us. Many of us who've sort of had the perks of being in demand, of feeling like we were just unassailable, like we always had work, like HR people, recruiters were just, couldn't get enough of us. We're always waiting to hire us. Your next full-time salaried benefit position, it could be a while away, even if you are a programmer, definitely if you're in middle management. All I will say is don't take that out on your husband or your wife or your spouse, or try not to. But programmers, especially like if they're facing economic stresses, more than anything, if you're a mother, God knows a single mother, but programmers, if you are a parent or if you are dealing with house payments, rent payments, anything, it's actually helpful sometimes to have a forum to blow off steam, to be part of projects that are collaborative and just for fun. I was lucky enough to be part of one such project. It was based in Spain. You can find that on my GitHub. It's called The Narrows. And there's also this thing called Rose Code. And that's like, I would love it if more people got into that. But again, I have a tendency to self-promote. This talk can be edited, and I know we're running short on time. What else do I need to say? Please encourage people to take on roles such as documentation, testing, and bug fixes that are otherwise not glamorous. Also, the benevolent dictator model, usually marketing is anathema. Agile Scrum can and really probably should encompass communications and reaching out to more people than a tiny subset. Information wants to be found. That's something I believe in. That's something that I've built my current company on, that belief. So without further ado, we're going to dive into this case study giving map just for a moment. This was something that we built on short notice. The project began in May of 2020, pandemic in full swing, thanks to a generous grant from a family foundation, and thanks to our fiscal sponsor. And it was an interactive map where the primary purpose was COVID awareness. It's no longer live, by the way, but at that time we had real-time updates of just where the pandemic was most severe, in which states and which counties. We also had a way for people to give to local charities in those places. It wasn't perfect. Charity Navigator was a great partner for us, but within the time frame, we went with AGAP. AGAP stands for as good as possible. We did as much as we could, and we know that the project actually landed donations. If we'd been able to continue longer, we would have better and more detailed information on who and what got donations, but privacy is also important. One of the shortcomings of Giving Map was that at that time, we didn't feel like it could accommodate faith-based projects as well. Or at least, that as program director, at that time I made that call. Other things to know about Giving Map, just incredible team and diverse team. That wasn't done on purpose, that just sort of happened. This lady, Candace Parker, we got to the point where not only did we have the Giving Map, we had the Hunger Map. Different data set, not the Johns Hopkins data. She found recent data from Feeding America, and we were able to build, she was able to build, with our full support, a real-time hunger map, which also pointed to the areas of the country where food security was worst. And food security is still around. 1 in 8 Americans goes hungry. That was the case in late 2020. I doubt it's much better now. So anyway, we're running short on time. I want to make sure that we close at the appropriate time. And I'm going to get us back to our PowerPoint. As should be aware by now, this is not my only project. Best way to contact me, tessgadwa.com. This thing, I would love to have people participate and contribute. This is potentially just a hub for people with concerns and interest in making AI better. It's not a political space, and it's not a philosophical displace. It's not a philosophical place. But if you have a background in QA or testing, and you're interested in particular in seeing what Mistral or other open source AI models can do, this might be right for you. It's open, and this is, by the way, live and accessible on GitHub. How are we doing on time?
Well, let's thank our speaker. Since we are really short, we could probably do one question, and then we gotta let people take a break.
Okay. Anyone? Okay.
Sure, why not? It sounds like you have some experience with bringing on people unfamiliar with the software development lifecycle and thus Agile. Do you have any experience on how to bring such contributors on board?
Okay, I'm gonna restate your question just because I have the mic right now, and I can't give it to you. You're asking me how to bring on contributors who don't have experience with software development, how to bring them on board. And I would say patiently, gently, with encouragement. And again, it does take time, but be aware if there are people who cannot afford to go back to school and are trying to figure out what they want to do with the rest of their lives, or people of any age, this could be a lifeline. So I think it is important work. I think a great starting point is just kind of explaining the fundamentals of what the software lifecycle looks like, CI/CD, what those initials stand for, why it's a mostly closed loop, and just breaking down the different roles, making sure that people don't think it's always about coding and programming. Programming is super fun. It's also like, if you're all OCD, like it's almost symptomatic. Like you never want to stop once you start. But there's more to software development by a long shot. So making sure that people are familiar and understand how important documentation is, how important testing is, how important bug fixes can be, and of course graphic design, I know something about that, and just also soliciting user feedback. That's how I would break up, and of course also management roles, team leads. Ideally those are filled by people who have some software experience, whether they're coders or not. But sometimes, honestly, it's good to have people who are new to the field have a voice. And it's essential if you're working with a nonprofit in a space other than software, to give them room to get involved. So does that answer your question?
Mostly.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you.
One more round of applause. Nice.
Thank you.
We're in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we have 15 short minutes.
And then we get to hear from Caleb.
I'll yammer about slop.
And then a slop note.
We'll end on a slop. you know, a little bit weird. All right, the clock on the wall says it is 5:30. We're going to do the real thing. I am Dr. Kaylee Champion. I am a professor of computer science at UW-Bothell. And here to tell you, because it's a new job I'm starting in the fall. That's why I got the chair. So I'm going to give you some ideas here from my ongoing research project about generative AI and open source cybersecurity. I call it Invasion of the Plausible Slop. I'm gonna stand like over here and move the mic. All right, this is my advanced move. All right, so yes, I study how open source works and how to make it better, including the risks we face and the ways we can prevail. But I'm not alone in this endeavor. I'm actually part of a lab where folks from University of Texas, Austin, Purdue, Northwestern, as well as UW, all participate. This is from one of our recent meetups, studying all kinds of different phenomena in online communities, thinking about collective action problems, including, but not exclusively, open source. So we know that the key technologies behind generative AI are open source. So we're talking infrastructure, orchestration tools, programming languages, training data, all this great stuff. We got your PyTorch, scikit-learn, my personal favorite, Hugging Face, which is beautiful, GitHub, Copilot, Wikipedia itself, all these things. So generative AI is built on open source for the better, right? For the better, right? Like that's the meme. That's the joke. So not all of the impacts of generative AI have been positive for the open source world. The benefits and revenues of generative AI have not all flowed exclusively into open source pockets. In fact, we're seeing some negative impacts. So here's a few selections here that I've collected, posts sort of describing in particular this question of AI slop and what to do about it. A lot of the online discussion about this has been led by Daniel Stenberg from curl. He's kind of really jumped out there because he's seeing the problem most extensively in curl. And I feel like curl is one of these infrastructure technologies that if something is causing curl to suffer, like I care. Like this bothers me because curl is the thing that I just trust to work. Copy, paste, done. So if curl is concerned, I'm concerned. And what he's done is collected actually a whole gist of slop bug reports. These are published up on GitHub, things that have come in to his bug bounty program that qualify as AI slop. And I really admire the sort of the data collection and building up a data set that this represents. And it makes things for me as a researcher a little bit easier because it gives me a head start on trying to get that data set together. All right, so what is my data? What am I speaking from? This is a collection of about 40 different posts, social media, blog posts, and so on, where I've kind of captured them. And I've got journalistic articles, sort of the register, kind of the IT or technology press, from kind of the more sort of big names to some of the more kind of focused publications, as well as social media platforms. So posts go up on LinkedIn or on places like Slashdot and Hacker News. I can capture all of that and then treat those things as data to analyze, as well as things like HackerOne and GitHub that put that data out there and make it public. So this kind of document list that I've developed to understand the problem of AI slop bug reports came from initially sort of observation. I was kind of vamping before the talk started saying, oh yeah, I tried to avoid AI as a researcher for a long time. But when I started seeing complaints coming in from folks saying, hey, we're suffering from this problem, I felt like, okay, this is something where I can make a difference. My role in the open source community is that I do research about open source, so this is an opportunity for me. My approach then, having gathered all of these perspectives together and collected this sort of archive of documents, is to use thematic analysis. So this is a qualitative method. I'm doing a mixed method series of studies, but I'm starting with qualitative work, which means I'm able to really dig into and understand what's going on in a sort of less sort of, I guess, numeric kind of way, like actually trying to build insight into what's happening, analyzing what people are saying. So how it works is that I tag data with sort of statements with semantic codes that interpret sort of what's the meaning of this, what's going on. I'm going to read really deeply, try to dig out that meaning, and then organize it in some way. So we can group and regroup those codes, which are sort of text strings essentially, into themes, and try to make sense of things, and then say, all right, so now I've got all of this gathered together. How are these ideas connected to each other? And that's where you describe the themes that you see. So the results from some of that work is what I'll be talking about today. All right, so that means we start from things like this blog post from Seth Larson, who works for the Python Software Foundation, and it turns it into something that looks much harder to read, but this is actually how we analyze stuff when we use a qualitative data analysis system. So I'm able to highlight through and mark codes and so on, and so I'm then summarizing down the arguments being made into these codes. All right. So what even is this plausible slop that I'm talking about? How am I defining it? I have a kind of 5-trait definition I'm working from. So first, this is high volume, or at least higher volume than what people want to see, unwanted material. It's fairly cheap to produce. We know we can just throw things into a generative AI chatbot and prompt it in some way, and it spits it back to us. So it's basically free in a lot of ways, well, free to us as consumers. It's been generated by AI. That's a sort of definitional piece here. And because it's AI generated, that means the text is somewhat context sensitive. It's probabilistic. It's not simply sort of an algorithm, turn the crank and get the same thing every time. Instead, you get some varying responses depending on not only the prompt, but also on random seeds and so on. Another trait of plausible slop is that it's difficult to validate and assess, but ultimately fabricated. So if it was great, if it was excellent material that we wanted to use, we wouldn't call it slop. It would be great, that's a result from this system or this tool that I desire to use. But if it's plausible slop, we want something that's unwanted, essentially, as a trait there. And then finally, the impact of plausible slop is that it attacks both social and technical structures, and I'll unpack what I mean by that a little bit later in the presentation. And I want to distinguish it from other kinds of online attacks or cybersecurity questions by implicating this social and technical factors. All right. So just how bad is it, this sort of scenario that I'm sketching out here? It's a very good question. It's bad enough, as I said, for maintainers of projects we care about to raise it. And I see it as a strain to an already strained system. We get together at these open source conferences and we say maintainers are burned out. It's hard to onboard newcomers. We have a list of things we're concerned about, and now there's a new one on the pile, and we really didn't need a new thing on the pile. We learned from the XZ vulnerability that attacks that sort of target that maintainer capacity can cause damage. And we know, because this is a system based on technology in general, that any kind of automation is going to allow for faster iteration and mutation and so on. So there's the sort of the strain that can come in. I'm also seeing from the reports that are coming in that these attacks are already quite sophisticated, and it's pretty early days into this sort of problem. So my favorite example, or sort of anti-favorite example of this, one of the bugs that Stenberg has cataloged, someone included output from testing tools. You know, Valgrind will say this and this and such, and then you'll get this and such stack trace, and then this sort of sketching out that whole scenario in a very sort of strongly argued and well-formatted way, the same way it looks from when it comes from our tools. But the stack traces themselves were fabricated. So the tool, actually, the generative AI chatbot, actually fabricated the stack trace. And I feel like fabricated evidence is sort of a new high, new low of what the plausibility of these reports. You know, we're not just talking about counting the number of R's in strawberry, or somebody says to add 2 and 2 and get 5, or we immediately know, like, oh yeah, that's not correct. Instead, like, it takes a real person, real time, to sort of sniff through the traces, you know, maybe hours of sleuthing until they're like, oh, you know, crap, somebody just copy pasted a prompt in 5 minutes and just wasted a bunch of my time. All right. So if we detect these issues, if we spend a few hours and we're like, okay, fine, this is not real, this is not something to act on, it's drawn time away from real security issues, which we didn't need that either. If it's not detected, well, then we have another set of problems around waste, fraud, abuse, malware, etc. Anything that slips in past all of our detection mechanisms has a whole category of problems than it can cause. And the other piece, I guess, when we talk about the sort of risk here is just to ask, how bad does it have to be a problem? So this is kind of the classic XKCD cartoon. Every time I give a presentation, someone asks me if I've seen this cartoon, so I just include it in every talk that I give. So the picture here, we've got all these blocks stacked. If you haven't enjoyed this one before, the top says all modern digital infrastructure sort of stacked up in various ways. And then there's this bottom piece, the Nebraska guy problem. It's the project some random person in Nebraska, why Nebraska anyway? Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. And so we sort of can imagine what happens Jenga style if we pull out that block, everything falls down, all fall down. So again, this is my argument that regardless of how many of these kinds of bug reports we're seeing, it doesn't have to be a lot to be pretty bad. All right. So what is the threat model that I'm working from? And then now, having kind of described a story, good story, what's the measurement strategy around that story? Let's talk a little bit about a sort of more concrete threat model. So we have slop drowning out, real problems. We have waste, fraud, and abuse. And then we have a somewhat harder to quantify issue here around social structures under strain. So we have a number of sort of related factors here. One would be if you feel like a report that has come in is AI and you say it's AI and it's not. No one likes to be treated like they're AI. It can be very discouraging to be told that you're a bot when you aren't. We've seen this in Wikipedia, that when people were treated in a sort of automated fashion, that they stopped contributing and stopped coming back. So we know that this is a problem. And so this can lead to sort of situations where maybe we're using AI in places we used to have genuine interactions. This gets called dead internet theory, where you sign into a subreddit where there used to be wonderful discussions, and suddenly everyone is just sort of copy pasting out of a chatbot, and you no longer feel like you have a community around you. So both of these can contribute then to breakdowns in pathways of newcomers joining, which is a classic problem that we have in open source, and also leading to, again, burnout for contributors and leaders, another problem we already had. The worst case scenario with all of these factors now going on at once is what I would call social model collapse, where we have a model for how we get things done, but because we've weakened in several places, maybe all at the same time by an onslaught of sort of new technology, we have a potential for collapse. So what is the social model that I'm talking about? How do we think of this? In at least a research perspective, we talk about an onion model. This also, I think, gets used somewhat within community settings. The onion model, though, doesn't look exactly like an onion. When I tried to draw it, I couldn't even make myself draw it like an onion, because we know there's a much bigger pool on the outside of kind of casual contributors, that outer layer of the onion, and then we have this thought that will bring them sort of toward the core of the onion over time, become trusted contributors, core contributors, and maintainers. So this is certainly not drawn to scale, but we can imagine people sort of moving through these sort of layers to become that core of maintainers that we hope for. Another way we might model these social interactions is to think about a long tail model. So people talk about the 80-20 rule. It maybe feels a little bit more like the 99.5 to a half rule, where we have kind of this core work from a smaller group and then unique work coming in from an expanded group kind of out into that long tail. My social model for open source looks a lot more like a hydrographic map. I see sort of watersheds and people connecting to people. It's much more complicated to me and more interconnected than either of those social models would suggest. Plus, it's prettier this way. So this is a hydrographic map of Germany. All right. So I had my definition of plausible slop that I presented. This is sort of the definition I'm working from. And when I was sort of doing my qualitative analysis of how the open source community is grappling with this problem, how we're talking about it, what we're doing, people are like, oh, it's like spam. So if it's like spam, then we solve it like spam, right? So, okay, higher volume, unwanted messages, great, sounds good. Cheap to produce, also like spam. But spam is generally more sort of procedurally generated rather than this more context-generated material that we see with AI. It's also, at least at this point, relatively easy to detect. We have models for it. It used to be harder. It's much easier now. It attacks maybe some social structures, but certainly technical structures. It's the flood of material into the servers that's the biggest concern. So maybe a little bit of a mismatch in terms of this particular analogy. Other folks say, oh, well, SLOP is like a denial of service attack. Okay, so let's test that particular model against the definition we have so far. High volume unwanted messages, check, we got that one. Cheap to produce, yeah, pretty much. Procedurally generated, though, you've got your workers on your machines that have been hacked into, and so they're generating all this traffic. It's not all that clever. And sort of easy to detect in that your traffic goes like this, and then your servers fall off the internet. It's sort of an obvious, essentially. If you're under a denial of service attack, you're flooded in ways that show sort of right immediately on the graph. And tends to attack technical structures unless you're the person who has to get up in the middle of the night to solve the problem and reboot the server, in which case it's maybe a little more social. But by and large, I think a denial of service attack, also like spam, is sort of a little bit of a mismatch to what we're seeing with plausible SLOP. So maybe SLOP is more like spear phishing. Although the low volume messages versus higher volume messages, that's not a match. Spear phishing, more challenging to produce. You imagine with spear phishing, somebody's gotten a lot of information about a company and sort of customized their attack toward one very specific environment. So maybe that's not as good of a match. But it is more custom generated, the place where our other analogies were falling down. It is often hard to detect. That's why it can be pretty successful. And spear phishing does attack both social and technical structures. So that means we have sort of a table here of like matches where here I have like those 5 traits for my definition, and in green we see that spam and the denial of service attack map pretty well into some of these traits, but not others, and that we have kind of a reverse relationship for spear phishing, where it doesn't map here, but it maps pretty well over there. So the analogies and therefore the tools and responses, there's a little bit of a mismatch here, but we draw some maybe from what we learned from spam and denial of service attacks, and draw some from what we've learned about spear phishing. We can start to think about what a response might look like. Another piece that comes up a lot when we talk about plausible SLOP is everyone wants to know, why are people doing this? Why on earth would someone send in a terrible false bug report to the maintainers of curl? That sounds cruel and wrong. Why would they do that? Because maybe these are well-intended newcomers. They want to help. They want to be part of things. They know curl is important, and we want to think about how we might welcome them on board. So is SLOP like an eternal September where lots of people are sort of trying to join us? This analogy draws back to the dawn of the internet, when it used to be once upon a time that college kids would get their first access to the internet and show up then in September and flood the rest of the internet with their sort of newbie-style traffic, and then they would sort of get acculturated, and then another September would come around. And then AOL came along, and September became eternal, and constantly newcomers coming, and we had to figure out, how do we bring new folks onto the internet? So is SLOP going to be like that, where everyone gets a new tool, and they're like, oh, well, maybe I can do open sourcey stuff by using AI, and I could follow all the rules and get involved? We might know how to respond if it's newcomers and an eternal September phenomenon. We might have a strategy there, because those are folks who we can socialize into the community. We can teach them. They might be discouraged if we treat them with hostility, but investing in them is an investment in project sustainability that might pay off for us. If those newcomers are actually the people authoring the SLOP, which I think is somewhat doubtful, we could ask ourselves, okay, maybe they're just reward seekers. Maybe there's a reason that they're flocking to bug bounty platforms at a much higher rate than they seem to be flocking to GitHub to sort of commit these acts of SLOP. They're seeking bounties, they're seeking glory, they want those sweet CVE numbers on their resumes so they can get a job. If that's the case, if that's who's attacking us, then they're likely to respond to very consistent sort of approaches toward rules. If we validate what's coming in, then they're trying to just seek those extrinsic rewards. We can respond to their reward sort of proportionally. We might need to be a little bit less concerned about incorporating them socially and sort of making them feel part of the community, because that's maybe not their goal. Also, folks seeking those external rewards, they might get better at using AI overall. They're trying to level up their game overall. So the third scenario we might think about is, maybe these are just attackers. Maybe these are just another way that the bad guys are trying to get in. They're just playing the odds. They're throwing a prompt and a couple of targets into the chatbot, and they're getting back whatever they get, throwing it out there. So they may mutate over time to improve that strategy to get better at their attack. And finally, if we can't adjust to the volume that we're getting, does it even matter why they're doing it? Like, if we can't respond appropriately, regardless of why they're doing it, it's still a flood. It's still too many for people to handle. Right? So we face a dilemma. Our current approaches, I would argue, are insufficient. And my take is that governance is also likely to be insufficient, because SLOP is well formatted and follows the rules. Except for the rule about telling the truth, it follows all the other rules. Also, my concern is this sort of ad hoc approach that folks are often taking now, like, oh yeah, I know it when I see it, and we know a lot of it when we see it right now, right? But I think that won't scale. I think that's going to be insufficient. It's not just about the M dash. Recall the now dated device. We used to say, oh yeah, you'll never get phished, you'll never fall for scams, because those attackers use bad grammar and have very mismatched weird information. Well, guess what? Thanks to generative AI, thank you, scammers can now have excellent grammar and correct contextual information. So we can't just say, oh yeah, it's gonna look bad, weird, etc., and that'll be our tell for AI. So it's going to probably not be reasonable to interpret that kind of fluidity of language as a kind of safety from these reports. Another element to this dilemma that I think we face is that as newcomers are seeking to get better, they may follow our rules more closely and start to look more like AI, using AI to improve their language and clean things up. Now the people we want are looking less and less like the people we want. This is sort of dilemmas all the way down. Meanwhile, all the model tells that get kind of published on dead LinkedIn or what have you are sort of being ironed away pretty rapidly. So as soon as someone complains about, oh yeah, I got a goofy response from this LLM, well, you got to believe that then all the folks who are designing and building those models are creating rules against that kind of behavior to prevent it. So those tells are sort of being removed. And further, we have this other element of the dilemma that fraudsters and attackers also likewise are getting better and smarter. So they, as they get better at writing those engineered prompts, are going to look less and less like AI over time because of they improving that prompt engineering. So there's no sort of silver bullet or easy way out here, but we should definitely ask how to respond. So I think we need to draw from both that trusted arsenal, that history of approaches that we've built up, as well as build some new strategies. And this is an active area of work for me. I've described what I've found so far from qualitative work. This is my analysis of the problem to date, and I'm drawing heavily from community observations of the problem kind of in the wild. So the things I've seen folks doing kind of out there include offering a lot of support and encouragement for maintainers. We're doing this super well. So you read, so folks post that this is happening. Everyone says, I hate that that's happening to you. How can we help? We want to be involved. There's a lot of social support immediately coming to maintainers. This is a very good thing. Our community is much stronger, I think, now than it was 5-10 years ago. Also, what I see in action against this are a series of rules and governance maneuvers. I see folks putting AI disclosure requirements in place, and I see folks putting out just sort of out-and-out AI bans. I see work around education and awareness. However, to go beyond that and to sort of block things further or sort of improve the response further, There's a lot of kind of dialectical oppositions in the solutions people are proposing to kind of take that next step. What do we do next? This is sort of my oppositions, the dialectical oppositions that I've observed so far. So we have some folks who are saying, you know what, don't bring slop to a slop fight. You know, I get that. AI is costly in terms of environmental cost. There's a lot of concerns about the way that it handles copyright, the way that it respects people's licenses, and we don't see the real cost because of the role of VC capital. And then there's a set of arguments that say, no, you got to use AI to stop AI. So that's some opposition that I think we have in our community right now. There's folks who are sort of pushing toward, like, let's blame the tool, not the user. And then we have people, blame the user, not the tool. So there again, I think there's some opposition within the community that we need to think through and kind of navigate. We see people pointing to that need for automation, just get rid of it, stop it, put an end. And then folks who are more on the, we need to educate, we need to sort of convince people to quit. There's some opposition too around how we respond to platforms. Should we stop doing things? Should we move off of platforms that don't protect us from these kinds of attacks? Or should we work with platform maintainers to try to improve those platforms? One of the comments here that came in from Curl is that although their bug bounty program has been very successful for them, they're thinking about stepping away from that program altogether because it's just too much of a flood. It's too costly. It's been working, it's been great, and they're ready to quit. So that's a place that they're considering withdrawing entirely from that particular strategy. I see opposition too between where folks are calling for more collective strategies versus sort of a very per project, let's think about how to resolve it, you know, just within our space. And I see people who are proposing sort of more alternate paradigms around financial bonding for bug bounty programs. I hear people talking about trust webs. Maybe this is a place where crypto can solve everything. So there's people promoting those alternate paradigms. And then there's folks who are saying, you know what, let's just improve the way we do things currently. Let's just get faster at detecting. Let's raise the barriers to submission, like require reproducible example. Or let's seek regulation. Let's ask for help on this. So these are the sort of dialectically opposed sort of positions that I see people taking. All right. So this is definitely work in progress. I am somewhere on a road, probably not quite as lovely as this road. And I'm continuing this cataloging that I've described, trying to shift gears toward quantitative work, measuring impacts of both slop and the countermeasures people take to the slop, prototyping responses and possibilities, and the responses that I'm thinking about and hoping to sort of beta test or the ideas with all of you, alpha, pre-alpha. So I'm trying to collect people's governance responses, who's making what policy moves, does it work, does it help? And then I think I want to build some models to support automated approaches. So what do we need to include in a model that helps maintainers do this work? We need to use a tool chain that's consistent with software freedom. So that means open source, open data, open models, open weights, open. At least some communities would not accept anything less, so I wouldn't either. And I think we need to use as small as possible language models to consider those environmental costs. Those are lightweight to train and run. That means we can embed them everywhere rather than having to make lots of external costly calls outside. Oops. I think that we need to think both collectively and locally here. We shouldn't do one in opposition to the other. So we want collectively available solutions that can be locally tuned and try to strike the right balance between custom and shared. I also think there's opportunities here to go beyond AI detection and think about validation tools. So when slop bug reports come in, they can be validated externally of the humans that are spending the time to do that. And so pulling out tools that can do that validation not only helps stop slop, but helps with all kinds of bug responses in general, which I think means that we're not just sort of trying to get back to zero, but maybe improving things overall. All right, so now I'm hoping we have a few minutes, just a few minutes, to talk a little bit about what you think. Everyone has their own AI story, and I've told you a lot of my own stories. Are you seeing slop
in your parts of floss, how plausible is the slop that you're seeing? What kinds of traits would you then look for in a solution to this? And do you have any other questions and feedback? All right, thank you. All right, I think I saw a hand go up. Who has questions or thoughts or comments or shout outs?
Over there.
Over there, we'll start with you.
We had a big problem with this.
What project, if you don't mind saying?
It's a local phone network.
Oh, uh-huh.
Phone base. So we had a problem. We think one person launched hundreds of bots at us. Tried to overwhelm us. It seemed that the community takeover was happening. It's just one person. We developed a series of ways the bots would find something that looks real, that they engage with, but it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
Then we could use that, what's the name we call that? Basically a landmine. Then we could ban that person each time. Automatically, just scripted.
Yeah, I think those, I'm too close to the mic. They pumped the gain up, I think, because I was wandering around. Yeah, I think that some mix of like, so if you have to ban that person and then everyone else has to ban that person, we're sort of back in the spam days, right? That used to be how we responded to spam. And then we sort of graduated up to real-time blacklisting. And so that's where a individual response versus a collective response might sort of come into play, right? It's like, if we're all getting terrible, slop bug reports from the same person or the same identity, maybe we should share that information collectively in some way. Awesome. Yeah.
You said more people are putting in like AI disclosure requirements. What do you typically see in those requirements? What would you suggest including?
So what I've seen is essentially people say, we know that people have good, like legitimate uses for AI around like improving their language usage and so on, and translation especially. It's a way to make things available. So if you're using AI, tell us. And that's really as complex as those governance responses are. They're just like, if you've used AI, tell us so. Check this box, yes or no, that level. And the thought I think there is that then even if it triggers my own personal, like that's an AI response, like my personal heuristic, then I have a way to sort of excuse it, like, oh, well, but they're telling me about it, they're explaining what they did. I can forgive some of it because I know that it's well-intentioned. Unfortunately, I think that so far, a lot of these reports are still coming in without that disclosure. It's a very social request, right, from assumption of good faith, and that doesn't seem to be 100%. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I was going to ask that you just talk more about the validation that you were talking about on the very last slide.
Yeah. So
What does that look like? Yeah.
So the particular piece around validation I'm thinking here is that right now maintainers go through a really exhaustive process when they get a bug or security report to figure out, is it legitimate, what's the scope of it, what's really going on. And it's a very manual and I guess sort of search heavy process where you're pulling from a lot of sort of stored knowledge. These are expert folks, and that's a very asymmetric ask. So you have a very sort of basic amount of effort that goes in, and then it's asymmetric to the validation effort that goes in response. So the validation, I think, is it's per bug, it's per situation, and it's based on this expertise of the individual. Is it specific to this build of the kernel, this version of this operating system? All this hardware. Somebody is spending actually a lot of time trying to trace through the scenario. And these slop bug reports come with pretty sophisticated scenarios describing how to reproduce it in their own context and what happened. I did this and I did this and so on. But unfortunately, even those details turn out to be false. Right. Yeah.
OWASP has recently come out with a top 10 security issues related to LLMs. Does this fit in one of those 10 categories, or is this something that it looks like that needs to be added to that.
Possibly. I don't know actually about the OWASP list that you've described. I would love to find out if this is part of their scope.
Application security protocol. I mean, it's no open source community that.
Yeah, I will look. I will look and see. On the sort of research side, a lot of the research about cybersecurity and LLMs is very oriented around an exotic version of what AI can do for cybersecurity. You know, like hyper intelligent robots crawling through your network and like breaking through your firewalls. You know, it's very science fiction. The envisioning of what kinds of attacks might be possible. And we should think about those things too. But this is pretty mundane. Like, this is somebody just getting lied to by a tool that we know lies about things. So I feel like sometimes those less exotic style attacks are just as powerful, if not more so, than the sort of things that we might imagine only in sort of our darkest dreams. New caller, yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you for your talk. I found it really compelling. You mentioned Wikipedia at one point and people doing these kinds of things on there. And
yeah.
I think it would be interesting to see, you know, what kinds of approaches can also work in other kinds of online communities, because I think, you know, for several reasons, the challenges that people are facing in these open source projects are just a bit different. You know, maybe it's perhaps easier, you know, to generate AI slop for a Wikipedia top page, but until maybe relatively recently, you know, you weren't getting these fake stack traces, as you mentioned.
The sort of fabrication of evidence piece. Yeah, I think that, so I've looked at the Wikipedia case quite a bit too, because I care a lot about Wikipedia as well. I think that there's a shared problem between open source and Wikipedia, because so much of the data for these models is trained on, what do we train our models on? We train them on open source, and we train on Wikipedia. So, and we train it on, say, archive, wherever we can get sort of massive amounts of text and just sort of slurp it up. So that means that models are particularly good at acting like whatever it is they're trained upon, which means it's quite well tuned to fake open source related material and can fake also Wikipedia material. Where Wikipedia has an advantage over open source, I think, is that one fabricated reference in a Wikipedia article submission can sort of tell you that the whole thing is sort of garbage. Whereas if you're trying to validate a bug, it's like, oh, well, is it me? Like, I just didn't follow the steps right? Or, you know, are the conditions just not quite correct? You can get pretty far into the rabbit hole before you're like, dang, you know, this whole thing is like built on lies, versus Wikipedia, where we can just kind of bail as soon as we see a fake reference. Yeah.
I am thinking about the small contingent of well-intentioned people. Like, I'm not saying that, I'm not asking this question as I'm like, oh, this will solve everything, but I am thinking about like the way that we can nurture the incoming generation of open source contributors, and think about like what sort of social and cultural precedent we can set around best practices. And like, I've heard like enough, like some talk of like AI shaming. Like, if you're generating slop, you should like feel bad about it, and we can like have social pressure. And I'm curious what, and I think that an outcome of this is like someone who's very well intentioned might ask generative AI to file this bug report for me, and they think that is their stack trace. Like, it's not malicious, but they're like, oh, well, it's there, and now I'm a like more efficient like freshman CS student because I like contributed to this. Like they think that like this is how you're supposed to use tools, because there's so much media around like this is what it looks like to be a developer now. And I'm wondering, because I know that you work like within the education space, like can we counter this narrative and like have these sorts of ideas around best practices and ethical use of these things, or non-use?
Yeah, I think that you're touching on several, I think, pieces of ways to respond to this. One of those is absolutely there's a lot of hype, and people can easily believe that what they're doing is actually good. And so I think the education aspect to that, and it's a general public thing as well as in a school setting, is to just help people understand what these models are, how they work, what they're trained on, what they can really do. And as we keep raising these issues, that we can hope that model builders also will respond and improve their models, not only to not fabricate information, but also express their uncertainty where they have uncertainty. I feel like learning to live with uncertainty is a place that society needs to go, and we need to understand how to measure and understand uncertainty. So those are the sort of avenues that I see. But it starts, I think, with sort of starting to sort of pop the bubble around the hype that people have around AI. And I think we're not there yet, but we've been through this cycle at least twice before, where you have this kind of AI hype cycle every 20-ish years or so. So we were really due for this piece of the hype cycle. And usually after an AI summer, there's an AI winter. But what alternates with AI summer and AI winter is HCI summer and HCI winter, which HCI is human-computer interaction. And what that is a bunch of folks with a sort of more social perspective on technology trying to say, okay, so great discoveries, CS folks, let's turn it into something that actually makes life better for humans. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that winter is coming, and that with it comes a sort of a trend toward humanizing these things in ways that actually make people's lives better. Because I can use these tools in ways that make my life better, and I would like to see that out more broadly. So, thanks. Yeah.
I thought it was interesting when you said this is a tool that like lies to you, because like with Wikipedia, I know that there was a case a while back where someone submitted a bunch of like false translations into like, I think it was Scots, so it was like,
oh yeah, that was
able to verify it, and you know, no one was really prepared for that eventuality of someone just lying. And so I'm a little concerned of just sort of like, maybe there's not a great solution because people aren't good at handling someone just lying to you and don't know how to detect it and deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a social question, right? It's a societal question. How do we move forward with that? I mean, I think Wikipedia, as an example, you can point to all the ways that it doesn't work, but it's also better than essentially everything else we've tried. So it's full of flaws, and yet it manages to be one of the best places on the internet. So that's an interesting dichotomy to live with, but that's I think where we are. Yeah. Awesome. What rock stars you all are on a Saturday evening. Thank you so much.
One more second. I want to take a second and thank Kaylee for all your tireless moderation work. Yeah. And Matt and Kaylee and Madison Dio, who's part of our lab group, who also helped organize the track. So thanks again for all of that. Thanks all of you.
All right.
I got a picture of you.
Oh, good.
So,